in the 2022 year going forward. And as somebody who is technically served 4 different ones, I think it's pretty neat. You have a couple of them, you can sort of reflect on them, and 2 Democrat governors and 2 Republican governors. And, you know, it's just sort of a remembrance, and let people that see you with it on can ask you about it, and then they can ask you a lot of questions about what you're doing with the roads and so forth. So be prepared. I digress. First item on the agenda today is the federal multimodal project discretionary grants. Ben Manel's coming up. I will say Commissioner Britch is out on sick leave, unfortunately. I don't know if he's dialing in at all. I don't think he is.
He's going to try to follow.
He's going to listen in. He's going to listen in. So we need to make sure we prod him appropriately. And where's our deputy commissioner? She's hanging in the back. You can always come up front. She's good. I can always ask you to come up front. She's still good. Jennifer DeBro, you and I will have a slight session with Commissioner McGee afterwards.
He's coming.
I want to show you off, ma'am. She's very shy. I'm not sure you had, we had formally announced this at the last meeting, had we?
No, you had not.
We had not, so let's make, so just hold on, Mr. Manel, let's have a little fun this morning. So, Kathy, I knew that Kathy was being appointed at the last meeting, but it had not been finalized and formalized, so I did not recognize her, but so it would be most appropriate to have her at the front table. She's already pushed Steve out of the way. She's moving on up, but we're ecstatic to have her move over to this very important position. Not that she wasn't in one before, but to have her as our chief deputy is really cool for us. And I've heard no one say anything but like great selection. Oh, by the way, there were plenty of people pushing for you along the way, which was interesting, unsolicited. So I think we made the right move, and we're very happy to have you, ma'am.
Thank you.
She's very popular. So welcome.
Thank you.
Did we give you a pin yet?
No.
Anything else you'd like to say?
No, just thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and I look forward to the new opportunities and challenges along the way.
So do we. Mr. Manel.
Mr. Secretary, members of the board, I'm going to provide a brief overview today of the Federal Multimodal Project Discretionary Grant Program, as well as the 2 applications that were submitted on behalf of Virginia for this round, as well as possible next steps. The MPDG Notice of Funding Opportunity was released in March on the 22nd, I believe, and the applications were due on May 23rd, which basically gave us about 60 days to develop the applications. The MPDG is approximately $3 billion. It's one of the larger grant programs that come out of the IIJA, and it's actually a combination of 3 individual grant projects and programs, infra, mega, and rural. And the grant provides up to 60% of the construction costs and up to an 80% federal share of funding on any project that gets awarded. Eligible projects could include highway, bridge, freight, ports, passenger rail, public transportation projects of national and regional significance. And the grant applications actually included merit criteria that had to be addressed, as well as a benefit cost analysis component. First application we want to talk about is connecting National Landing. This is located in the Crystal City area in Arlington, in the immediate vicinity of the new Amazon HQ2. The bundle of projects that were put together for this grant application total almost $365 million with a $97 million grant request. And the bundle of project components included the Route 1 Urban Boulevard conversion. This is the conversion of Route 1 from an elevated freeway basically between 12th Street and 20th Street in Crystal City to an at-grade urban boulevard. Replacement of a structurally deficient I-395 southbound ramp to Route 1, and fully funding the Crystal City second metro entrance. And as part of this suite of projects that were incorporated into the grant application, there was a transportation demand management element, which we believe is essential for delivering the success of this project. We're going to have to basically move a lot of people from single occupant vehicles to other modes of transportation, and we have a commitment for funding those as well in the out years. This is a slide that you've seen previously. This was provided during a briefing in December of last year. We believe this provides a pretty good approximation of what the urban boulevard will look like in the future. This slide just highlights that there, along with the grant components, which are shown in red, there are a slate of components that are not included in the grant program that are going to help to accommodate that shift from single occupant vehicles to other modes of transportation in the immediate vicinity of the project. The second project we're going to talk about is the I-64 Opportunity Connector. Many of you know this as the I-64 Gap, or as the Secretary likes to call it, the Straw. This project is approximately $750 million in cost, with a federal grant request of $150 million. And it represents the last 29-mile segment of I-64 on the peninsula between Richmond and Williamsburg that is 4 lanes, that many of you probably have had the opportunity to sit in stop-and-go traffic on, just like myself, a couple weekends ago. So this is something that's very interesting to me personally. Been driving it for a number of years. As part of that grant application, we identified a number of potential innovative features that would be incorporated, including the provision of fiber optic and broadband. Along that stretch, this is one of the last gaps on the 64 corridor that does not have fiber currently. Looked at pavement recycling, which has been done successfully on the I-81 corridor, and also looked at additional commuter bus service between Richmond and Providence Forge, as well as smart truck parking, which would provide advance notice of available truck parking spaces at the rest area there in New Kent, as well as potentially piloting solar panels on the sound walls, should that be something that we can advance. In terms of next steps, the grant awards are anticipated to be announced before the midterm congressional elections in November. We're thinking probably about October of this year. And we are looking at potentially putting in for another grant application for the Connecting National Landing through the Reconnecting Communities Grant, which we think is going to be coming out either later this month or in early July. We believe that that grant would also be potentially successful, specifically since we'll be eliminating a freeway and changing it into an at-grade urban boulevard. For the I-64 Opportunity Connector, we are currently working with regional entities such as CVTA and HR TAC to secure some funding commitments. It was the recipient of a windfall of funding from the General Assembly during the budget session of approximately $470 million. Significant amount of money has been put towards the 64 corridor. We're looking to try and make the last mile, so to speak, of funding come to fruition. And I'll take any questions.
Any questions from anyone? Dr. Smoot?
Chairman, what was the process by which projects were selected for a grant application?
So for these grants, we actually solicited projects from each one of our districts. I think we ended up with a listing of several hundred across the state for consideration, not only for this grant program, for other discretionary grant programs that are part of IIJA. One of the things we've seen with the new bill is that a significant amount of the funding is tied to discretionary grants versus formula funds. So we've been working on developing a strategy internally for identifying projects that would be good candidates under each one of those grant programs. Unfortunately, since we're at the front end of the legislation, getting kind of the criteria that have been assigned to those specific grants trickle in, we can only kind of assume the broad outlines and the goals of those specific grant programs that have been outlined in legislation. Once we get the notices of funding opportunity, we get the specific criteria that we can match up. So for this grant, we had to look for projects that were generally $100 million in cost to $500 million in cost that had significant federal support from our congressional delegation, significant amounts of state funding or local match funding that have already been committed to the project, as well as where we thought they would best align with the merit criteria that were identified in the notice of funding opportunity.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Mr. Secretary,
Hines?
just a quick process question. So really appreciate having this briefing, and one of them's in my district. Happy to see it there. Is that going to be your practice moving forward, that as these get ready to go in, you're going to, or after they've gone in, you'll let us know kind of which things applied for which? Is that how you're thinking about it?
I'm not sure we will necessarily go through a vetting process of projects here.
You didn't vet this either. I'm just asking about letting us know.
I'm trying to give you an answer. So my intention would be to keep you apprised as we're moving forward with ones that we're looking at or expect to submit or have submitted. My point is we're not going to drag them all in here. So yeah, absolutely.
All right, thank you.
And frankly, we'll be speaking of those across the governor's office, because we're tasked with coordinating all the IIJA grants, regardless whether in transportation or not. But yes. Where that was coming from.
Was somebody's
I was
hearing
looking in
aid.
this direction.
I thought Allison was going to drum up some music there or something.
Wasn't me.
Mr.
Yeah,
Sec-
I mean, absolutely.
Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Cathey.
Two questions, actually. Is there a limitation on the number of applications that we could have placed or have placed?
No.
So
Well, it takes a considerable amount of effort, time, and money to do these applications, and so we're judicious about that. I will tell you that my office's policy has been that anybody else who submits an application to any of these grant programs, I'm going to endorse, and that's what we've done at the governor's level. So that if a locality submits one, we don't get involved in picking winners and losers. We're just going to help everybody in the Commonwealth that's submitting grant applications, and we'll let the chips fall where they may. So that's sort of how we've done that. As it relates to us at VDOT, DRPT, and any other agency, we're going to be judicious because it costs us a fair amount of money to do it. So we want to see the ones that we think are going to win.
So I guess my second question, in line with your comments, Mr. Secretary, what role does this board play in the prioritization of projects that we will apply for in the future? If there's no limitation on it, and we understand it is resource intensive to apply for these grants, what role does this board play in addressing that prioritization process?
Good question. Here's John Lawson. He's not here yet. I don't know what the history has been, Scott, in terms of a formalized way. I mean, my recollection has been that we've been briefed on grant applications that have been submitted. It's,
I'd say this is more of an unusual situation from a standpoint of the robustness of the program and the opportunities. And as a policy board, much of this would come down to where our policies would guide us and what that may mean from a prioritization perspective.
Mr. Secretary.
I'm not sure I hear you on the robustness, but, if we're gonna guide, no matter how big it is.
I'm just going to make a note that, Mr. Kaspowitz, your question, every entity is limited to 3 applications under the grant program. So as a Commonwealth, we could submit no more than 3.
Oh, okay, that's helpful. So that's undefined.
As a practical matter, all the localities can submit, we can submit. I think even some of the regional authorities can submit.
That's correct, sir.
So as a practical matter coming from within the state, it's limited, but it's not very limited. Each one can do 3.
Ultimately, if the state submits or 3 applications and say MPOs or localities submit another 3 applications each or more for the same grant program, if they score well, the question that's going to be posed to our congressional delegation is which ones are the top for you? And that's what the applications that USDOT will probably end up focusing on.
Secretary?
Sure.
Yes, one question. Nice work. If these were successful, is there a time frame that we would have to come up with the additional, like, $600 million for the connector before that might go away?
So, do you want to handle that?
The connector money, if you're talking about the opportunity connector money.
It's that one.
So the General Assembly has appropriated some money and some money contingent on revenue surpluses in the coming year. We're in belief that both of those are going to occur. In addition, CVTA has voted to contribute $100 million to this project. We will work with them in terms of using it as late as we can to meet their funding, their cash flow. And so the state's does not expire, CVTA's does not expire. The rest of it is yet to be determined. We're expecting that HR TAC has indicated their willingness and interest in helping, but that number's not set yet. And of course, we haven't gotten any grant. One of the things that as I'm understanding, one of the things that's important to any grant-making organization is that you're able to deliver something relatively quickly, right? So the connector has a particular interest in that regard because we've leaned in over the last year or so, and we'd be ready for an NFO, a request for qualifications to go on the street by the end of this year, and we could start doing stuff next year. So it'd be a pretty quick turn, and that's tends to be, if they can top it off and make it happen and get it done, those are 2 important factors. So no, there's no expiration on the dollars, but they're not all in the bank yet either. That's your question?
Yeah, thank you.
Is that accurate, Mr. Manel?
Sir,
Or less?
ideally, we would like to have our full match commitment before they begin evaluating the applications in earnest, which we suspect will happen towards the end of this month or in August. So with the General Assembly funding as well as CVTA funding, we're about $30 million short, I believe, on the $600 million that we would be bringing to the table.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Anybody else? Thank you very much. Next item is Mr. Swanson's Bower Hills Environmental Impact Statement.
Good afternoon, Mr. Secretary, members of the board. I will be presenting on the Bowers Hill Environmental Impact Statement, specifically the department's recommended preferred alternative to inform a location decision from CTB for this HR TAC funded study. But before I begin, I just want to share that I am joined today by Mr. Rob Case, the Chief Transportation Engineer for HRTPO. He's going to make a few remarks about how this recommended preferred alternative aligns with the regional plans within the district and specifically the Hampton Roads Express Lanes network. Mr. Case?
Good afternoon. How you doing, sir?
I wanted to give a little bit of context for this project as part of a much larger system. A few years ago, we studied two alternatives, adding general purpose lanes to I-64 versus adding express lanes. And so the board chose the latter, express lanes, 65 miles of such, including our beltway, with the thinking that you could maintain free flow speeds as traffic grows on all the lanes. And so that brings us to the Bowers Hill interchange, which is a key part of that 65 miles. It's on our beltway, but it's really more than an interchange. It's more of a crossroads. I've asked them to hand out a map here for you, and it just shows the red circle is where the interchange is. It's really two interchanges, if you will, and it's a crossroads. So it's where four of our most important highways cross each other, I-64, I-664, but then also I-264, which is sort of our through urban expressway, and then US 58, which connects us to the southern United States and is used heavily by the port to move trucks in and out to North Carolina. So that brings us to what my board has done more recently, which has made it a part of our long-range transportation plan and then recommended that HR TAC fund it, which they've put it in their financial plan. And as Chris said, they've funded this NEPA study. And so then in May, my board approved this alternative that you're going to see here from Chris, which was a little less impactful on the wetlands. And so we're right in the middle of, as you're probably aware, $5 billion slate of mega projects down there, which is largely focused on this express network, this express lane network, the HRBT, the high-rise bridge. And so when the high-rise bridge is completed next year, it will add express lanes, but they will narrow down and be dumped back into the general purpose lanes there at Bowers Hill. So this Bowers Hill project, we look forward to it because it will continue that, that express lane network. And that's all I had, Mr. Miller.
Do I have any questions for Mr. Case? Something I think is important as we sort of look through these is we understand Mr. Case has talked about some of the history, and as you go through the presentation, you'll see some alternatives that were not advanced or concepts that were not advanced. And they weren't advanced because we made some decisions up front to include what we call on the slide additional travel choices, right? So we decided that in this process, the purpose and need would include additional travel choices. And that means not a regular open lane. So we sort of presuppose that, a purpose and need, and then we go through the process of saying what will fill the purpose and need. So you've sort of taken from the beginning out, and you're certainly allowed to do this, traditional open, regular, add one lane in each direction opportunity. So we start with that, and then we justify it as we go through the process, and we vet it, and we sort of go through the assessment with that as the backdrop. So you really never get to the concept of what do we think if we didn't have an express lane there? It's sort of presupposed in because that's what we decided. That's what the TPO decided. I tend to be more interested in sort of looking at all of them, seeing what makes sense after you've done that, as opposed to sort of deciding up front. that's where we are. So, gentlemen, anything else? Anything with Mr. Case?
Should any questions arise for Mr. Case, I think he's available to stay throughout the presentation, should you have any following my presentation. So this is the third time we're in front of you presenting on this study. Our first presentation was in January of 2021, where we introduced the environmental impact statement, the scope of it, introduced the timeline for the study, as well as discussed the purpose and need that Mr. Secretary was just discussing. So one of the things that we have done for this presentation, as you will see on the top of each slide, we've highlighted if this is information that's previously presented to the board in those two meetings I just referred to, or if there is new information being presented. So just a little timeline of events, and Mr. Case did a great job of highlighting it from his perspective. We've really been studying this corridor for several years now, really starting back from 2015 in the Hampton Roads Crossing Study, which then in turn ended up becoming a study on the Bowers Interchange itself, which is the orange section that you see on the slide on the southern part of the figure. And that is when Federal Highway and VDOT issued an environmental assessment for that interchange and put it out for public comment. But later in that year of 2019, VDOT, HRTPO, and HRTACT advanced the Hampton Roads Express Lanes network. And in early 2020, just as the environmental assessment effort was coming to conclusion, HRTPO notified VDOT of plans to modify the scope of Bowers Hill study to include that portion northward of 664. This really culminated in Federal Highway and VDOT reevaluating the potential impacts for significant impacts and really upping or increasing the NEPA document from an environmental assessment to an environmental impact statement. So a new piece of information I want to share is just really the extensive agency and public involvement that has occurred throughout the timeline of this study. Really, I want to highlight it because it has really broken records in terms of agency and public involvement for a study of this level. As you can see, there's several items around this circle that sort of highlight everything that we've done. It's not my intent to go through every circle, but I do want to highlight a few. This effort has resulted in concurrence from our several federal agencies, including the Army Corps of Engineers, as well as the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. We have held monthly agency meetings with federal, state, and local agencies to really understand their concerns for the area, their scope and expectations for this area moving forward. And we also have engaged the public through various mechanisms. To date, we have received up to 1,500 public comments on the purpose and need, on the recommended preferred alternative, and again, it's broken records in many regards. A lot due in part to how we've reached the public under this effort. We've used various virtual and social media techniques, not only to contact or engage with those areas that are living within, those public that are living within the study area, but also the travelers of the area as well. So really trying to understand their perspective as well. So the purpose and need of the Bowers Hill Interchange Improvement Study is to reduce congestion, improve travel reliability, and provide additional travel choice on I-664 from and including the Bowers Hill Interchange to College Drive. The purpose and need sets the goal for the study and serves as the primary criteria for the alternative screening process that results from that. Again, we've received concurrence from our federal agencies, the Army Corps and the EPA, and we also received public input during a 30-day public survey that transpired in the fall of 2020. Alternatives that are to be retained in the study need to meet all three elements of the purpose and need that you see at the bottom of the slide.
Can you go back a second, Chris? So this is the part that, you know, and I'm not really pushing back, I'm just trying to illustrate something. So when you go to the previous slide, it talks about the purpose and need. And when we set that, which was a coordinated setting, to increase or to provide additional travel choices, that means that you have obviated build without a toll lane, basically. So right there, when we said, yeah, we want additional travel choices, then the consideration of doing this without tolling went away. Okay, and then we go through the process. So we look at the alternatives, we look at no build, which doesn't provide additional travel choices either, but we look at no build, we look at, you know, a running shoulder and a toll lane, we look at all sorts of things. But once we did that, we can no longer make an assessment of do we want a toll lane there or do we not want a toll lane there, because the only way to get additional travel choices is to in this context, is to have a managed lane. So the analysis that follows after that won't analyze those things, won't say, well, should we just build a non-tolled lane? When will we need it to manage congestion? When will it prove unreliable because it'll be overcrowded? When? None of those questions get asked or answered because you've already made a decision that you're going to provide an additional travel choice, and those other options don't fit into that scheme. And that sort of leaves me flat. It's sort of like making the decision before you got the full analysis, at least for me.
And if I may,
You're going to help me with this, I know.
one thing I would like to point out is, you know, that the purpose and need is informed by regional plans, you know, to that point of the express lanes and the things that Mr. Case pointed out, but also the idea of managed lanes. Really, in federal highways viewpoint, managed lanes are a combination of limited capacity expansion with really operational strategies that are aimed to seek and manage travel demand and improve transit and other forms of ride sharing. So as we understand, you know, managed lanes do, under the agreement, the master tolling agreement, have the potential to allow for buses. So there are other options for accessing the managed lanes beyond just tolling. So I did want to make that remark to the board as well.
I'm just saying it's got to be a managed lane. That's my point. So you decide that up front, and then you never consider anymore a non-managed lane. And that's just a fact. I'm not saying it's wrong or right. I'm just saying that's how it works. And if it's me, I'd want to examine all of them sort of in parallel and then make a decision. But
Mr. Secretary, just a clarification, if I could. So when you say managed lanes, you mean tolled. Is that correct?
well, we can read the paragraph again if you'd like. But yeah, exactly.
I'm just thinking about some things that we've done in Northern Virginia where during the peak you have a carpool lane, for instance. That's a form of managing the lanes during a busy time.
Being restricted.
It's restricted during certain hours, so it's not tolled and it's not managed 24/7.
We have that now there.
Yeah, and so that's a concept that is advanced or is not advanced, was advanced or not advanced in the study? I guess that's the question.
HOV separately was not.
I'm sorry, say that again?
HOV separately on a part-time basis was not.
The alternatives that I'm about to highlight, Alternative C has one managed lane and a part-time drivable shoulder, and then the alternative, which is D, has two managed lanes. With this being incorporated into the Hampton Roads Express Lanes network, we understand or anticipate that hot lanes could be an option. Does that answer?
I find myself confused, and I apologize. I'll just keep listening longer.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, a managed lane, okay, is going to include either a HOV restriction or a toll or both.
Right. But it doesn't have to be physically separated from the general purpose.
It does.
If you toll it, it does. I agree.
If you don't, sometimes we do, sometimes we don't. On 64 right now, you have two, one each direction, HOV 2 lanes that are restricted 4 hours a day, 5 days a week, so they're restricted 20 hours out of 168 hours. But that's not what they're considering here. What they're considering is a classic
Right.
tolled lane
We
when
didn't,
they call it managed.
it didn't fit into the concept of HR TAC about how this portion of the network was going to work.
I think it does. It does fit in.
What you just described, which is a managed lane for certain hours of the day.
I'm not sure what your question is, but
Yeah,
they're
I've
gonna
confused
look, they're
myself.
looking, all I'm saying is when you run the process this way, and up front, you create a purpose and need that says, I need to have additional travel choices. What you have done functionally when you do that is you've said, I'm not gonna consider an open new lane, not managed, because that doesn't provide travel choices versus what you have now in the process. So when you get to slide, I'm getting ahead of myself, but when you get to slide 6, you look at the concepts that were not advanced. General purpose lane and address interchanges, and it wasn't advanced because the last column says no on additional travel choices. The second line would be 2 general purpose lanes and address interchanges. The last column says no, so it doesn't, it can't be considered. And on and on and on. So whenever there's a no that pops up in any of those boxes, that means I reject that as even being considered. So we say up front we're going to have managed lanes, then we can't consider unmanaged lanes. It's that simple. And I just don't, I think that, listen, this isn't all us. This is a TPO, an HR TAC, a VDOT, a CTB. There's lots of fingers in it, and appropriately so. But ultimately what we decided was we wanted managed lanes, and then that's all we considered through this process. So there's no alternative to a non-managed lane. And to me, I'd like to see them both side by side and then make a decision where one gets you and where one doesn't. I mean, I've seen data, Mary, that goes back numbers of years, but it suggested Hampton Roads lanes would not need to be managed for congestion or reliability for 20-some years. If they were built as free and open lanes, they would work fine. Ultimately, with increases in traffic that was projected, they would ultimately tend to fail. Meaning they'd get recongested, they would be unreliable. And then our concern was we couldn't manage them at that point because we built it to put a toll on something that's been sitting there for 20 years, gets hard to do, right? So we're doing it now, and I just think we need to be.
So Shep, it's not within our purview to come back and say to people who studied this, what would concept B look like if there was dedicated lane for HOV and buses for some particular period of the day when we want to give travel advantage to those vehicles? Is that something we could do? Because I think the issue is it 100% dedicated 24/7 to high occupancy or hot, or do we have an alternative which lets us use whatever number of new lanes we construct for some portion of the day to move higher occupancy vehicles? And I guess that's where I was getting confused between managed and dedicated, and does it have to be dedicated 24/7 versus available some at key moments? Is it in our realm of possibility to ask that question back to the study?
I think it is, and I think, as you remember when we went through the machinations with the master tolling agreements, right? And at the end of the day, it's a little bit gray area, but we have to approve them, right, in consultation, right? So in theory, we could say no, right? So I think it is. I'd have to work through that with the commissioner. But I just don't, listen, I like processes that are open, that you understand what you're dealing with, and that are clear, and they keep your options open as long as you can keep them open until it makes sense to get rid of them. And as we saw a shift towards managed lanes and sort of in general, then we just decided through the purpose and need that we were going to manage the lane. Then we did an environmental impact statement based on that, not the other way around, right? And that's what I'm talking about.
And what I feel like is just because you say you want to provide additional travel choice, the only tool in that toolbox is not a dedicated 24/7 managed lane.
Understand.
That's the point I'm trying to figure out. And if, as you say, it's going to be 20 years before this all starts to fail, why would we build something that would have so little utility? Why not something that has more flexibility in it for this next period of years?
Can I make a few remarks? I think what will show in alternative C with the part-time drivable shoulder, that is intended to be managed like you're discussing in terms of addressing peak hour congestion at certain times of the day. What it doesn't currently do is address, I think, a comment you made about being not separated. Under the current study, it is separated from the general purpose lane. So we can definitely follow up on that. And then to your point, and to Mr. Secretary's point, additional travel choice doesn't automatically mean managed lane. There are other options, and I'll point to concept F, the transportation system management and the transportation demand management improvements. We worked very closely with DRPT on that effort and just found that there were limited opportunities in this particular corridor where park and ride and shares and transit options really just didn't provide a meaningful reduction in congestion and travel reliability. So that is why it's answered no. But in other cases, it might warrant itself a yes.
Chris, if you built a new lane, or two new lanes or 4 new lanes, if you did that, those would address congestion, those would address travel reliability in a huge way. They may not stay the course, to my earlier point, for 20 years. They're going to fail at some point if traffic continues to increase, if it does. And so those would be totally unmanaged, and they provide those two things, but they don't check the last box. And so when we obviate those from the beginning, when we state the purpose and need, then we've taken a whole sector of opportunities or options, and we put them aside and say, we're not going to look at those. We're only going to look at these. And that's just not what I would prefer to do, but I'm not the be-all and end-all. I don't get to make all the decisions. But I'd want my team to show me, okay, what if we did it this way? How much would it cost, and what would I get back, and what would be my cost benefit versus the other? And we've done that. We've just narrowed the scope down to limited alternatives that no longer consider the other ones that they don't, and I find that limiting.
So you've done a great job highlighting this slide in that these concepts were not carried forward, given that they didn't mark yes on all 3 of the purpose and need elements. We did receive concurrence from our federal regulatory agencies on not carrying them forward. We presented that to the public, and we also presented that to the board in June of 2021, as I discussed earlier. So really the ones that were, before I move on, I should say there at the bottom in the italics.
We've been consistent what we've looked at and what we've done. So I've got been communicative and consistent.
I do want to highlight there at the bottom of the table, improvements considered as part of concepts F and G. They're not precluded from being implemented as part of this preferred alternative or even as independent projects. So wanted to make sure people are aware of that. So the no-build alternative is one of the alternatives that is carried forward. It is a requirement to carry this forward, and it's really used to serve as a baseline for the other alternatives that are being evaluated. One thing to note while we're on this slide is the General Assembly required that VDOT work closely with the RPT and the Port of Virginia to really understand if there was any possibility for extending the rail through this area. And it was determined that the existing median wasn't wide enough to accommodate rail from outside of this area. So that really allowed us to consider our alternatives to widen to the median and sort of look at that median as our alternative C and D. So what is alternative C? Again, this is previously provided information. It's adding one managed lane and a part-time drivable shoulder, evaluating, addressing the Bowers Hill interchange itself, and considering improvements at other changes along the corridor. While we previously spoke to managed lanes in the NEPA process, HRTPO has passed a resolution incorporating this area into the Hampton Roads network. Therefore, it can be assumed that the managed lanes would be express or hot lanes that would be managed and tolled in accordance with the region's master agreement. So the other is alternative D. It was retained for the construction of two managed lanes, again addressing the Bowers Hill interchange and considering improvements at other interchanges throughout the study. Worth noting, these typical sections are illustrative planning level designs meant only to convey the concept and do not present any level of detailed engineering or commitment. So here's a slide that we present on.
Ask you a question.
Yes.
Why is the, under the benefits columns, for
Slide
C
10,
and D
sir.
on slide 10,
Okay.
why are there X's only in congestion and travel reliability in alternative C and not in D?
What I was trying to do there was just signify relative to the two alternatives, alternative C is performing better than alternative D in that respective benefit. So alternative C is less costly, it reduces congestion and improves travel reliability based off of the traffic analysis we've achieved
So
today.
you're telling me that two managed lanes are going to get you less congestion, excuse me, one managed lane and a part-time drivable shoulder is going to get you less congestion.
It's slightly better from the traffic analysis, and maybe additional traffic analysis could show that they're equal, but I think that may go back to Ms. Hines' comment. Really, with the alternative C, you're managing that peak congestion. So our current traffic analysis shows a slight performance improvement for alternative C.
For versus D.
Right.
Interesting. So a shoulder's going to get you a better, forget the cost. A part-time drivable shoulder is going to get you better performance in a managed lane. Interesting.
Okay.
I presume that, I guess the logic is more people are going to use the part-time drivable shoulder because it's free. They're going
It's
to use
not
the
free.
managed lane.
It's in the managed lane. It's
No,
not free.
well, no, it's not in the managed lane. It's one managed lane and a part-time drivable shoulder is better, forgetting the cost, in the analysis, than two managed lanes. So I'm
Again,
saying that what you're really comparing is one part-time drivable shoulder to one managed lane. You're saying that it will give you more reliability and more congestion relief to use the part-time drivable shoulder than it will to use a managed lane. And I would presume the only difference is one costs you and the other doesn't. Because typically the part-time drivable shoulders are a little bit scary. You know, it's sort of like, I'm supposed to be in it, I'm not in it, you know, what time's it open, what time's it close, different grade, you know, there's a little bit of ones I've been in. So if it's more reliable and it reduces more congestion, it must be because it's not, there's no toll associated with it, right? So they'll use that where they wouldn't get in the toll lane and out of the general purpose lane. That's what it must suggest. Agree with that? Maybe?
Sorry,
So does that, do you agree with that? Is that what it suggests?
I could follow up as to the reason why it's showing better. I believe it's because it's managing the peak congestion a little bit better, but I'll be glad to follow up with you.
Okay.
Okay. So I believe we've touched the benefit aspect. I do want to maybe move back up to the top of the table and discuss some of the impacts that we've discovered through our analysis. And the impacts on this slide are based on illustrative planning level designs as part of NEPA. These are not all the resource categories that we consider under NEPA, but highlight those impacts that require additional approval. And the impacts to acquisition and water resources shown are meant to show a worst-case scenario and will be refined and minimized during final design and permitting. So I do want to share that aspect of it. Again, alternative C is less impactful than D.
Mr. Secretary?
Ma'am, Ms. Hines.
So Chris, would it be fair to say that the impact of alternative A, particularly on wetlands and stream impacts and stuff, which was a profile similar to alternative C, and alternative B, which was adding two general purpose lanes, has a profile similar to alternative D? These wetlands impacts seem very high to me. That's why I'm asking the question is, regardless of how you feel about dedicated managed lanes, were the profiles of A and C and B and D similar?
Understood. The typical sections are fairly comparable, but I can't speak to what the analysis may have shown in terms of potential impacts because they just weren't carried forward for analysis, so I don't have that, but they are.
Oh, so we didn't even ask those questions about A and B?
They did not get carried forward in the analysis. They
See.
They
For in
stayed at the
advance,
concept.
because they didn't meet the purpose and need, which is exactly the
And again,
point
if I
was
may,
making.
those are worst-case numbers. we
Sure. I mean,
anticipate.
it's just a lot of, and the Army Corps signed off on these impacts. They're saying they'll permit one
We
of
have
these two.
concurrence from the Corps and EPA on the recommended preferred alternative, knowing that we would work more with them on final design and permitting.
Mr. Kasperowitz.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Chris, with regard to the impacts on wetlands and stream impacts, I don't know, they look significant at 103 acres, just under 12,000 feet of stream impacts. Is this permittable? I know that one of the challenges we've faced in other situations, we can make a decision on preferred alternative, but the real question comes down to whether a project can be permitted by the Corps of Engineers ultimately. How does this fit with the guidance that they've given us and our attempts to mitigate environmental impacts? You know, at the end of the day, the name of this program study that we're dealing with is environmental impact statement. And it seems that this is significant in scope from the standpoint of the impacts that either one of these alternatives will create. Tell us how we work this through a core project program to make certain that this is even permittable.
Yes. So one of the things we are following in this study is the merge process of working very closely with our federal agencies, the Corps and EPA, and receiving their concurrence along the development of the environmental impact statement. The recommended preferred alternative is one of those concurrence points. With their concurrence, they are signifying or signaling that it is a permittable project, but they do want us to work more with them to minimize that number to the degree we can.
So the second question is, within the context of both C and D, are there any perhaps more costly constructs of those two alternatives that would minimize environmental impacts? In other words, if we spent more in the design and construction of this, are there ways that we can minimize the wetland and stream impacts specifically?
Yes, that is what that italicized language is signifying, that iterative or additional design to try to minimize that information or that design to minimize the impact. There is more. This is just the high level, NEPA level conceptual analysis that shows the worst case, knowing that the final design will look to minimize those impacts.
And where does that process get worked out in the final design and development of the program?
Okay. So here is a summary of Alternative C and the reasons why we are recommending it as a preferred alternative. Just going through some of the bullets, meets the purpose and need while balancing costs and impacts. That really is a summary statement of the slide we just covered. It's consistent with improvements underway for the express lanes network in the area. We received that concurrence from the Army Corps and EPA. HRTPO has endorsed the preferred alternative on May 19th that I believe Mr. Case referred to, and a majority of the public comments agreed that the recommended alternative meets the purpose and need. So following our briefing today, we would seek board action to identify the location at your July meeting to allow the HR TAC-funded project to advance on schedule. We anticipate the draft EIS will be made a public for review later this fall, and that Federal Highway will issue a record of decision, or a ROD, sometime next spring. Completing the NEPA process will allow the project to advance to more detailed design and permitting process. So with that, I'll be glad to address any questions you might have.
Mr. Merrill?
Do you have an idea of the difference in cost between C and D? Because I share the Secretary's concerns about these temporary, what are they called?
I do not readily, but our NEPA project manager is with us. Andrew Pike, do you have cost difference between alternative C and D?
Mr. Secretary, members of the board, yes. So the difference between alternative C and D in terms of cost is about 6%. So alternative C is about 6% less costly than alternative D.
How many dollars is that?
Sorry?
Dollars?
In excess of $2 billion.
2 million?
No, 2 billion, sir.
2 billion?
Yes, sir.
6%?
6% difference between the two alternatives. Again, this is a,
Try again.
yeah.
6% is not $2 billion.
Sorry, I'm telling, sorry if I was unclear. The difference between the cost between the two projects is two alternatives, 6%, both of
Of
them
2 million, of 2 billion, so it's 120 million.
approximately.
Don't say that's a mighty expensive project.
Yeah, exactly.
So $120 million more for one versus the other. And really, I mean, if we were really doing, if we really had the information that we really needed, we would have some way to sort of monetize the impacts. So when we impact more linear feet of stream, what does that really mean? How much impact, what's the damage, what's the cost of it? You know, I mean, in and of itself, it doesn't mean anything to me, right? What does that mean? So if I could spend one more dollar and have 12 cents of impact, I might, or save $1 and have 12 cents of impact, I'd want to know that. If I save $1 and get $1.50 of impact, I want to know that. We don't have that here, so it's hard for you to sort of make the decision of the cost of the impacts, the cost of the decision. So, at the end of the day, that's what I'd like to know when I'm voting. Right, what's the, I guess the acquisitions are all factored into that 6%, Chris, the differences.
Yes.
Okay. Presentation.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Skeptical. Thanks, sir. Wendy Thomas, Transportation Initiative, the final report. How are you doing today?
Thank you.
Welcome.
Given the cost escalation, wouldn't be seen
Good afternoon, Mr. Secretary and members of the board. I'm here to provide a short briefing on the final report that's related to the 2021 Transportation Initiative. This briefing will be followed by an action item later in today's meeting. You may recall that in 2021, the General Assembly appropriated $323 million of one-time federal funds, one-time general funds, and some previous year economic development transportation funds based on the sources shown below. The item set out the following uses for those funds and required both an interim report to the Governor and General Assembly, which was submitted last fall, as well as a final report to the Governor and General Assembly that's due at the end of this month. And these are the initiatives that were appropriated. This afternoon, I'm going to go through each of the initiatives and outline the use of the funds as appropriated. These items are also delineated in more specific detail in a draft letter that's in your board package this month. The intercity passenger rail from Roanoke to Blacksburg and Christiansburg, more known as the Western Rail Initiative, received $83.5 million from the Appropriation Act. Legal agreements with Norfolk Southern were finalized in January, and financial close is anticipated this month. Service expansion for the Roanoke route was announced in 2021, and the Norfolk Southern agreement allows for a second Roanoke train this summer after financial close. Both Roanoke trains will be extended to the New River Valley after infrastructure projects are complete, and it's forecasted that 80,000 annual net new rides along the whole New River Valley corridor would be realized. VPRA began the New River Valley Passenger Rail Station feasibility study in the fall to examine station locations to construct a new passenger rail platform, and 2 potential sites have been identified in Christiansburg near the Uptown Christiansburg Mall site for this purpose. Next initiative is improving commuter rail service along the VRE Manassas line. The Appropriation Act provided $83.5 million for this purpose. The Virginia Passenger Rail Authority and VRE are working with Norfolk Southern to reach agreement for expanded service on the line. And expanded service on this line would include up to 4 new round trips by 2026, and that would include both late night and weekend service. The next item was for the I-64 corridor improvements and provided funds first to cover any needs for the Hampton Roads Express Lanes network. $93.1 million was appropriated for this purpose. The act did require that a traffic and revenue modeling would be completed, and that modeling was completed and identified that funding is needed to support completion of the network. Based on that, the board did approve a $93.1 million transfer of this funding to the Hampton Roads Express Lane Segment 1A at the May 2022 meeting. Segment 1A is located in the city of Norfolk, and it's between Patrol Bridge Road and Tidewater Drive. That project's been advertised and is anticipated to be awarded in October. The next use is for Ramada Capital. Funds were to be used first to ensure that Virginia meets its commitment to the $500 million in dedicated regional funding in FY22. The 6-year financial plan last year provided $32.4 million to DRPT, and this board subsequently allocated about $22.4 million of the $32.4 million to fully fund the $155 million of WMATA dedicated funding this year. The remaining $10 million will be allocated between WMATA and NVTC in this quarter based on actual revenue collections for the WMATA dedicated funding sources. Next item is for regional trails. Funding was appropriated to support planning, development, and construction of multi-use trails, with priority to be given to developing new regional trails and projects to improve connectivity of existing trail networks and geographic diversity. $10 million was appropriated for this purpose and remains available for the development and construction of trail projects. The Office of Intermodal Planning and Investment convened a working group to identify trails in a master planning process and to complete a funding needs assessment for this purpose. The required report was submitted to the General Assembly in January, and a briefing on the subject was also presented to this board in January of 2022. Next item is pilot programs for zero or reduced fare transit. Transit ridership incentive program goal is to establish pilot programs for zero and reduced fare transit and to enhance regional connectivity between urban areas. In FY22 to 2027, $39.6 million has been dedicated to zero and reduced fare programming. That includes the allocation of $10.9 million to DRPT for this purpose. Over this time period, 6 zero or reduced fare pilot projects have been approved by this board for implementation. In addition, HJ 542, the Virginia Transit Equity and Modernization Study, is underway. The Appropriation Act is part of this use, provided that not more than $900,000 may be used to study transit equity and modernization. The interim study report was completed in December, and the final study is anticipated to be completed in August. And then finally, the Act appropriated $10 million for a redevelopment demonstration program in the City of Falls Church. This has come to be known as the Connected Infrastructure Demonstration Program. A working group was established and has presented a statement of work to deliver what they're calling the Smart Cities Demonstration Program. And that program would include things such as smart intersections, smart parking and payment systems, adaptive lighting, and data exchange management and evaluation systems to support planning, design, and decision-making moving forward. To date, about $274,000 has been spent on the planning effort, with the balance to be available for development and construction. At this time, VDOT and the City of Falls Church are engaged in executing necessary agreements to begin project development. With that, next steps, there'll be an action item later today to approve the final report that's included in your package, and the final report will be submitted to the Governor and General Assembly by June 30th this month. Unless there's any questions.
Great report. Questions? Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Rail Industrial Access, Mr. Todd. We're going to give you one more shot, Senator.
Good afternoon. If I may be so bold, a really quick anecdote. I got my first Father's Day present that was purchased this year for my 5-year-old. It is a pink pen, which she promptly wanted to open herself and then immediately use. So I can guess where the motivation came from, but I told her I would bring it here today in case I had to take any notes. So I look forward to your comments, and happy belated Father's Day to any fathers out there.
Perfect.
That's beautiful.
All righty, so we do have something a little bit different for today. We actually received 4 applications this month for rail industrial access, and so we've kind of had a formulaic presentation that we've given the past several months. This one will look just slightly different. First, I wanted to back up and just walk through the scoring criteria, just to, as we bring on new members to the board, I want to make sure everybody has the same information about how we score these projects, then go into the details about the projects themselves, and then look at the score, compare all the scores at one time at the end. So starting with the kind of the background information, the scoring criteria, we have a data-driven approach for assessing these applications, where we have 7 total criteria, 5 of which are sort of data-driven, and the remaining 2 are sort of a yes-no question that you can get points for as well. So these 5 kind of data-driven criteria were developed essentially to meet the code requirements. So the code requirements for the Rail Industrial Access Program discuss increasing the carload throughput on the rail network, and how it relates to the private investment and job creation. And so a lot of these scoring criteria are to meet that code requirement. In addition, we've learned some best practices over the years and gotten your input over those years as well, and so we've woven that in also. So to kind of go through these 5 scoring criteria, first we take a look at carloads. So what's the additional throughput on the rail network? How many new carloads? You can get a maximum of 20 points in this category. And you can see the breakdown of the category. You essentially get more points the more carloads you have. So, 100, 200, 300, 400, and so on. Additional carloads gets you up to 20 points. Under employment, this is essentially looking at how many new jobs are created by the project. So we take a look at the additional jobs created, again, a maximum of 20 points. And the breakdown is essentially 25 new jobs, 50, 75, 100, and more than 100. Then we actually take a look at the funding sources for the project. We kind of look at them in two different ways because we want to make sure that the public funds are leveraged as much as possible, that we are getting as the best bang for the buck that we can with our public funding. So first, we take a look at the percentage of the Virginia match. In that case, it's actually the lower percentage gets the higher number of points for the project, up to 10 points. And then, although it's a little bit different lens, we look at how much private funding is being contributed, and so therefore the higher percentage of private funds gets the more points, up to a total of 10. And then we also look at unemployment. So we actually take the state rate. You can see on kind of the dial there, it's R plus 0.9, R plus 1.4. The R in this case is the state average. So we look at the Virginia state unemployment, the average unemployment across the state, and then the specific locality where the project is taking place, is the unemployment rate higher? And if so, you give more points for the higher the unemployment rate is in that locality, up to 20 points.
Secretary. Sir, Mr. Stan.
I understand that these projects were looked at some time ago, but the scoring criteria for employment and unemployment, given what the labor market is now and the situation that people can't find people to work. I mean, has that got any effect on how your scoring criteria is going to be used in the future? For example, one of the programs, we visited Placer American, and they think that they are going to create 100 jobs with the rail spur, but they can't get anybody to work. They can't get those 100 jobs. Even if they had the rail spur, they can't get the people. So I'm just wondering how that situation that now exists with labor is going to affect the scoring criteria in the future.
Yeah, so we do try and target the disadvantaged areas using the unemployment for a couple of reasons. One, it is a publicly available kind of transparent source that we know we can go to that's updated monthly. So it's the best that we can get in a equally applied across all projects metric. I do understand the limitations of using an unemployment rate, per your suggestion. Some people fall out of the market. They're not searching for jobs. Those people don't show up in unemployment rates. We don't have a alternative metric to use at this point.
There is you want to speak to what happens if they receive these grants and they don't make some of the criteria?
Yeah, so we do monitor performance, and this program is actually one of the programs that we have. When a grantee does not meet their performance requirements, we have actually clawed back the money. So in that sense, we are protecting, the use of public funds and monitoring the performance of the project, after the construction is complete, and recoup funding if necessary.
So I guess what I'm suggesting, Mr. Stan, is some of that risk is shared, if not owned, by the recipient. So if they can't hire the people, they can't do certain other things, then.
I mean, do we get our money back if the labor market is such that they can't find the people to hire? They've got the equipment there, they've got the material there, but they can't get anybody to work. Now what do we do?
As Mr. Todd said, we can decide whether to take the money back or not. I mean, they're basically saying that they're going to produce that many jobs. That's how many openings they're going to have. They're going to produce that many jobs. It's to some extent on them to do so. Right now, the board can do what it wants to do. It has discretion when those come up. And so we could say, well, they're doing their best, give them more time. There's a bunch of things we could do, but at the end of the day, they're responsible for creating that.
I'm just saying you may have to, in the future, adjust your scoring criteria.
Well, I'm not sure I want to give anybody anything if they're not going to give me something back.
No question. That's a great,
You know, I mean,
No problem with that.
The whole
None whatsoever.
concept is we're giving them something to incent them to do something they otherwise weren't going to do, and we're going to get some benefit from it. If we don't get any benefit, then why would we do it? We meaning the Commonwealth. I mean, it's a valid point. I'm just suggesting the risk is on them. Mr. Todd?
And so then we also have two other criteria that it's not really a data metric, but it's essentially a yes/no question. And so first is the site in an already identified economic development initiative? So is whether locally or at the state level, is it part of an economic development initiative already? Yes or no, you can get 10 points or 0. And then second yes/no question is, does it directly contribute to a short line network? And again, it's a yes/no, 10 points maximum or 0. And so then here's a look at that, all 7 of those criteria in kind of one spot. We total up those points to 100, and then essentially the qualification to bring an application to you for review is that it meet at least a 50-point minimum. And so then moving away from kind of the general scoring criteria, going into the specific projects that have been applied for this month, we've had 4 projects. As you can see, they hit most corners of the state. I'll go through them in this order. We have Houff Corporation that's applied there in Hanover County, just north of Richmond. Smith County actually applied for down in Southwest Virginia. West Rock has submitted an application there in Pittsylvania County, and then Placer American is in Chesapeake. So starting with Houff, essentially this is a $450,000 request to construct 4,000 feet of new industrial track, as I mentioned, in Hanover County. Essentially the purpose for this project is one of their customers, another Virginia business, is expanding, and they're looking to meet that new demand. They are bringing in perlite inbound, perlite, which is used to make kitty litter, and they can essentially move a higher percentage by rail rather than by truck by doing this project. They are, one note is that they are actually located on a short line Buckingham branch, and so this project scores 54 in the scoring criteria. This is just a look at the site, so you can see that they do have rail access already with Buckingham Branch. In red there is where they're developing the new industrial spurs to serve their warehouses that store the perlite. They essentially will bring it in on rail and then move it out by truck. Move into the Smith County application, another $450,000 request. This is for 770 feet of new industrial spur, and this is a slightly unique scenario in that it's the locality, Smith County, that has applied for the funding, and they are using it as part of an incentive package for, and forgive me, I'm probably not pronouncing this correctly, but Shoal or Sholey, I'm not 100% sure. Scully. There you go. Didn't even try it. But they essentially will be bringing inbound resin that they then use to make plastic films. So think of like a toy wrapped in plastic, or actually even food bladders, like a boxed wine with the plastic bladder inside. It's that type of plastic film. And this got a score of 54 points. Here's the site, so you can see the building itself has a footprint that's expanding, and then also in red is that new industrial spur. West Rock. So this is a slightly smaller application of just under 300,000. They're essentially reconstructing an industrial spur there in Pittsylvania County to serve their Cascade facility. This is actually, I think, a pretty neat project because they have a huge expansion, a $250 million expansion that went into their Covington facility to actually increase their throughput. So they haven't increased their footprint, but they are the machines are actually more efficient, taking the wood chips and turning them into paper or corrugated boxes. As a result, they're going to be shipping more wood chips through their facility in Cascade. And that way, by doing this project, they'll be able to take the trucks that are normally going from Cascade all on Virginia highways to Covington. They'll be moving some of that by rail now. So this scores 53. It's one of the reason why I say I like it is a lot of times we talk about bringing in traffic inbound on the rail network, and this is actually one where it's outbound. And then, sorry, the red doesn't show up super well because of the trees here, but there's a red spur that's being constructed there in their Cascade facility. And then last, the project in Chesapeake. This is for Placer American. It is a $450,000 request for 2,740 feet of new industrial track. This one's also pretty unique in that Placer, they actually make rail maintenance of way equipment. So there are these big machines like in the picture here, and essentially what they would have to do without this rail access is split apart these machines. They are overweight and they are wider than our lanes, and so they would have to get an overweight permit. They would have to have the escort because they're taking up more than one lane of traffic on the highway, and so this way we can keep those machines off of the highway and just move them on rail. So I think this is a huge benefit to the highway network there, and this project scores 52. And you can see they're right here next to actually a huge yard that Norfolk Southern currently operates, and so these will be an industrial spur kind of off that yard so that they can pull together the trains and move them out. And so after going over the project information and background, I just want to show the scores all together in one spot. So all of these score higher than 50 points, which is our minimum threshold to bring them to you for consideration. And for that reason, we would recommend approval at next month's action meeting. I also put in, just for your reference, the actual data behind all of those scores. And so I thought it was a nice metric to summarize in that, we're talking about increasing over 1,000, carloads and 178 jobs across all four of these projects.
Is that, Mike, is the carload number an annual number?
That's the total. Is it annual? Annual. Sorry, I couldn't remember if it was the total for the 3-year performance requirement or annual. Now, our rule of thumb, just in case people are curious, about 3.4 trucks fit inside of a rail car. So the weight that one rail car can handle is about 3.5 trucks off the road. So you essentially multiply 1,100 times 3.4, and that's about how many trucks you take off the road every year. Those
Secretary.
are just averages.
Mr. Merrill?
How did West Rock get points for creating only one job?
Yeah, so had a little bit of a debate with West Rock, if I'm being totally honest. The way that these applications work is you look at the project as a whole. In their case, they decided not to include the expansion, that $250 million expansion. I'm not 100% sure why, but they essentially just, I think it was already kind of sunk cost. They didn't feel like it was 100% legitimate to say that they did that expansion in Covington for the purpose of our application evaluation. So really, we're just talking about the one job in Pittsylvania County. And let me go back to my notes here. They would get 0 points in that category for just creating one job. But they have 600 new carloads, which gives them a lot of points in that category, so it kind of evens out.
Secretary, I do know West Rock and Covington.
Job category.
I do know West Rock and Covington is substantial increased employment with the huge expansion of work they'll be doing.
Yeah.
You know, on slide 18. Jobs, 8 points.
Hold on, maybe I looked at the wrong chart. Give me one moment. Oh, yeah, so it's 8, yes, you're right, I'm sorry, I just looked at the wrong
I
chart.
mean, that's the kind of
8
thing
points.
that doesn't make sense when you look at it, because you see 98 points for Placer, 98 jobs for Placer, and they get 17 points, and one job gets half that. Points.
That's my point.
Yeah, and we absolutely, to be completely open, I mean, we update the, we kind of update our guidance and the way that we administer these programs, kind of do small updates around the edges every year that we administer these programs. And so if any of these seem, you know, skewed in some way, if there's input, we are happy to make updates as it seems logical. If that seems out of scale, we can certainly update it. These were just kind of our best practice recommendations. In terms of the job points themselves, essentially if you create no jobs, you get 0 points. 25 or less, you get 8, and then it moves, you know, on. And so if we need to adjust that slightly, we absolutely can do that.
Well, there's room for improvement, isn't there? Mr. Secretary. Mr. Gasparitz.
My question, I noticed that all 4 scores are within 2 points of each other and very close to the threshold. Are there applications that we're not saying that didn't make that threshold that you've rejected because they haven't hit the required 50 points?
Yeah, that does happen. I don't think it happened this month. It wasn't like we got 6 this month and you're only seeing 4. But over the year, yeah, we will get a few applications. We'll do one of 2 things. It can be rejected and then it doesn't get, you know, brought to the board for consideration because it's scored too low. We can also work with the applicant to see what they might be missing or if they're not understanding something to help their score.
So a bit of bias here. I think this is a very productive and viable program, and we're taking 1,152 truckloads that equates to 3,000 or 4,000 trucks. Is our scoring appropriate based on what I consider to be good projects and across the board for all 4, with the exception of perhaps the minimal job creation by 1? Should they be scoring better? Is our scoring criteria really set up to optimize this program? Might we bring in more if we adjusted the scoring criteria? Should these be hitting in the 70th percentile and some that you've rejected actually in the 50th percentile?
Yeah, no, that's a good point. I mean, I do think that we developed I know that we developed the 50-point threshold because of the scores and the success we saw with those projects after the fact, right? This program has been running for, I think the 80s, right? So, I mean, it's been a long time, and we have a lot of data on the success of previous projects. And so we kind of made the threshold based on this is what we've experienced over the years with applications, and these are the ones that were successful.
Is it time to reevaluate that? I guess would be my question.
Like I said, we do make adjustments every single year based on feedback that we get from applicants, from the board, from our stakeholders, you know, the rail operators, and so we do make adjustments every year. I don't think it's been through like a wholesale reboot for a few years.
Gasparitz, it probably begs some thinking. I mean, we've been picking at this thing on and off for a number of years. I know Senator Williams has his questions about it. I would say, so the answer is, yeah, we probably should. We just haven't gotten to it. I would also say, and I've said this a number of times, and I'll continue to say it, incentives are intended to incent people to do something that they otherwise would not do.
Of course.
Right? That's what incentives are. Incentives aren't intended to do something that somebody's going to do anyway, right? That's not what they're supposed to be. They're supposed to get different action because we put some skin in the game, and the cost benefit changes in the equation because their cost goes down while their benefit stays the same. That's the whole concept of incentives. And so the question becomes, and when we look at projects like this, for me, would this company do this regardless? Now that gets hard to sort of ferret out and figure out, but we did it successfully in other programs I've been involved in, where we saw their financing, we saw their sort of decision making, and we said, well, it's obviously that we would agree that they wouldn't do this unless we gave them the incentive, which decreased the cost relative to the benefit. And the Commonwealth gets the benefit that this company wasn't going to pay of getting these trucks off the road and putting them on a rail car, and there's benefits. But there's no way for the company to transfer that value to us. We get it because they use rail cars instead of trucks, and so it's all good, right? The question is, if they were going to do it anyway, why are we involved in it? And so when you look at, not to pick on anyone, but when you look at our sheet on page 19, and it says the Virginia percent of the rail project, you see 1%, it makes you question, would they have spent that 1% anyway because it was good for them to do so? And if the answer was a definitive yes, then I would make the case as why are we giving them an incentive to do that? And I'll just remind y'all of one that Allison and I saw. I think you probably saw it back in the day when we did one with Green Flash in Virginia Beach, and they'd already done the project. It was done. Okay? And we gave them some money. Well, that's not an incentive, you know. So that's a long way to answer your question, which is I think it bears some thought.
It does, but I have another comment to add to that, Mr. Secretary. Now, I agree with your basic premise that if they're going to do it anyway, why would we provide an incentive? But my question is, as we look at this, is there an opportunity for us to negotiate perhaps a more robust reliance on rail cars? I note that each of these applications are single directional. So it's either inbound shipments, or in the case of the wood chips, it's outbound shipments. And I would have to think that whatever they're producing, or whatever the wood chip manufacturer is doing, is coming in by truck. I wonder if part of this negotiation might not be an opportunity to look at bidirectional. Raw materials in, and to the extent possible, finished products out. And incentivize based on if their car expectation is 600 and they make it 900 or 1,000, that might generate an additional incentive. Just an option for perhaps making it a more relevant program in the eyes of the applicants.
Chairman,
Mr. Williams.
danger of extending this conversation.
Marty doesn't want to hear any more of this.
It's been a subject that's a sore spot with me for as long as I've been on this board. It's not tied to the Governor Opportunity Fund. It's not tied to the VEDP. All those things should be included. I feel the same way about these industrial access roads we build for to nowhere, I call them. But just on a lighter note, it's been a long time since I've been in school, but if I came home with these grades, I guarantee my father would be looking for me. And it wouldn't be anything pleasant at the end of it.
I think that point was sort of made. If we keep coming in at 54 out of 100, maybe we're not. Maybe our score, you know, it just doesn't feel good, right? It doesn't feel good, Mike. I don't want to dumb down the grading, if you will, but something's not. We don't get them at 90 and 95 and 86 and 89, and we only get them at 54, 55, or 56. It starts to beg the question of, is it reflective of what we're really, is the grade reflective of what we're getting? Or is it just a scoring system that doesn't work real well? So we'll put it on the agenda. It's not, you know, we've got lots of things on the agenda, but.
I won't be here.
It'll be a special consultant.
Looks like some great inflation.
Unpaid. Thank you, sir. Any other questions? Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Our farmer. 6-year financial plan. Enjoyed the fire drill today?
Yes, sir. Always keep me on my toes.
Thank you, Ms. Farmer.
Good afternoon, Mr. Secretary, members of the board. I'm here today to present the final recommended 2023 to 2028 Commonwealth Transportation Fund financial plan, as well as the fiscal year 23 CTF and VDOT budgets. What I will note before I get started is in several of these slides where there are tables, I have highlighted the values in green that have changed from previous presentations, either in March or April leading to today, from the draft assumptions. As you all know, our 6-year financial plan identifies all the funding plan for highways, rail, transit, ports, aviation, DMV, and the Space Flight Authority. The recommended allocation in the 6-year financial plan is $51.7 billion. This represents a reduction of $1.7 billion over the previous 6-year financial plan that was revised just 5 short months ago. As you might recall, 2022 saw the abundance of some additional one-time monies allocated in the budget, which account for a significant share of that reduction. The program includes the use of bond proceeds totaling just shy of $880 million, representing both Route 58 and the I-81 program. It transfers $5.3 billion to the 3 regional authorities and the associated funds, and $935 million is dedicated to the WMATA Capital Fund. In terms of fuel tax revenues for 81, it includes $489 million over the 6-year period. It dedicates just over $15 billion for maintenance and operations. This includes both VDOT as well as payments to the cities and to counties, and provides $17 billion over the 6-year period for construction. And we've, over the last several months, talked about the new IIJA money and how those funds are currently parked in VDOT's construction program for planning purposes as those projects come to fruition. Of that $17 billion, about 3.7 of it is coming from other folks, primarily the regional authorities. This slide provides the picture of the 6-year revenue. The differences on the far right-hand column, the first difference column is the difference between last year's program as adopted in January and the difference from the draft that was presented in March. I'm just going to highlight a few of the reasons that there are changes from the draft. We've updated our assumptions for the project participation from Hampton Roads Accountability Commission. The majority of that uplift is related to the Express Lanes network. We've fully programmed the construction of the segments that have been agreed to under the MTA and what we know about those estimates today. And so it reflects HR tax funding. It also reflects a small correction to the bridge tunnel that we had in the draft that needed to be reflected in the final. There's no change in the total budget for the bridge tunnel project or HR tax commitment to it. In terms of other fund revenue, you see a difference from the draft of $56 million. Most of this is related to the Priority Transportation Fund. We've updated interest earnings. As you all are aware, interest is piddly today, and we had some higher assumptions in the initial draft, and so over the 6-year period, that has a small impact on PTF. In addition, we've updated our expectations on 66 inside the Beltway. Traffic is coming back, but not to the tune of what the initial traffic and revenue prescribed. And so this coming year, as 66 inside the Beltway transitions to Hot 3, we'll have an opportunity to revisit that and see what traffic is doing and update those traffic assumptions for fiscal year 24 going forward. Related to federal revenue, you see a change of $195 million from the draft. I think over the last couple of months, we've mentioned in updates to you all that the bridge program that under IIJA that was authorized, we had a correction for Virginia that provided just over $8 million a year. And so we have updated our estimates to include that. We've also had revised tables since we adopted the draft, and it also reflects congressional earmarks. You might remember this last appropriation cycle, there's some significant transportation earmarks that will likely have to flow through VDOT. Even if we're not managing the funds, will likely be the body to which the funds have to flow through to get to the recipient. So those earmarks total $28.7 million of that federal estimate. Related to Garvey bonds, we've talked about this over the spring. That small adjustment of $19.2 million is a reflection of interest earnings. And so as the funds have been held by the trustee over the last couple of years, we've earned interest on those dollars and need to allocate them for availability in smart scale, but we have not added any new bond issuances to the assumptions. And then the small adjustment to WMATA capital at the bottom is a reclassification since the draft. There were some interest earnings reflected in other fund revenue that should be shown with WMATA capital. So the total change since the draft is $757 million. Moving on to allocations and the changes since the draft. Last month, I came and talked to you about a reserve for the impact of fuel prices and asphalt adjustments in our contractual commitments, as well as fuel for the operations of the department. The adjustment in maintenance and operations reflects that revision. It also reflects a transition. The chief of maintenance and operations came to you last month, I think, to talk about some operational transition and realignment within the agency and operations. Part of that included some IT resources that have been moved to operations. And so part of the adjustments to maintenance include a transfer from VDOT's administrative program. This is $3.3 million each year. So over the 6-year period, $3.3 million, you'll see a shift from our administrative program areas to maintenance. I mentioned the toll program reassessment and a reduction in assumptions around 66 inside the Beltway in fiscal year 23. That's the majority of the reduction of $23 million. Changes for public transportation over the 6-year period reflect the change each and every year from draft to final. When we reflect the actual final program, monies that are CMAQ and RSTP that the MPOs put on transit and rail projects are reflected with the appropriate agency. And so in the draft, when I present that information to you, you'll see it in construction. And then when the final is presented, we show that shift to demonstrate which agency will be administering those funds. In terms of construction, I've walked through several of those adjustments on the revenue side, the bridge program, the CMAQ and RSTP shift to rail and transit, the Garvey allocations, and the changes for the bridge tunnel as well as the express lanes network are reflected in the total change to construction. Moving on, this slide is a slide you've seen before. The state revenue estimate has not changed since February 2022. This reflects state sources over the 6-year period of $28 billion. I want to note here that revenues over this period are projected to exceed expectations from the 2020 omnibus legislation that we were considering just 2 years ago. This slide reflects the summary of the additional federal funding that we've been presenting over the last couple of months. The only change from the previous assumptions is that bridge program. Each one of these annual allocations was about $107 million in previous assumptions. These adjustments just reflect the change in the bridge funding that we received between the draft and the final. The transition over time for the omnibus legislation, since it was passed in 2020, allowed for some flexibility between now and fiscal year 2024 to phase in commitments that was anticipated under that legislation. These tables just provide a summary of the funding that is retained off the top of the Commonwealth Transportation Fund and provided to these efforts before formula distributions take effect. There's been no change in these tables since the draft was presented back in January and in March. Getting into the annual picture, the Commonwealth Transportation Fund budget for fiscal year 23 has a total revenue of $9.1 billion. This just represents year one of all the information you saw previous in 6 years. This annual budget represents a 6.5% decrease from the revision that was adopted in January. In terms of recommended allocations, there's not a significant change in this distribution. The highway maintenance portion of the budget, we include both VDOT and the payments to localities, is about 28% of the allocated funding. Construction is about 35% when we include money provided by others, and rail and public transportation is 12%. In terms of VDOT's budget, it is recommended at a grand total of $7.9 billion. When we net what we provide through the department to the regional programs, the operating portion is $7 billion. Significant changes since the draft that was presented previously. Last month I talked to you about the reserve totaling $129 million for both VDOT maintenance and financial assistance to localities. The mix in the federal share of the VDOT maintenance program has changed. There's a significant amount more of federal funding within VDOT maintenance, but you'll see a like amount of state removed. This allows us to move forward and meet our obligation needs to get through federal fiscal year 22, which ends September 30th. We've also incorporated the additional funds for HR TAC. This just highlights the program reserves I brought to you last month to be included in the budget. $24 million for fuel for operations for the department, and then reserves for fuel and asphalt adjustments in our maintenance contracts. We also calculated a share for the localities to be considered for release after paving season of $24.3 million, representing of 23.1% of maintenance funding when we compare VDOT maintenance and the funding provided to the localities, for a total reserve of $129.3 million. I walked through several of the adjustments across the VDOT program areas at the 6-year period. This is just the annual view of the VDOT budget and how it compares to the revised budget that was adopted in 22. And the green highlights are program areas that have changed. There are small administrative adjustments in several of the program areas that I didn't mention previously, but otherwise everything else is revenue generated, revenue tied specifically, or tied to the reserve. In terms of future updates, so in the last couple of weeks while we were in the midst of all this, the General Assembly has been hard at work to adopt budgets for the current year that we're about to finish in a matter of a week and a half or so, and the next biennium. In those budgets, they included general fund support for several project initiatives that are listed here on the slide. Because these require a little more work and we weren't sure of the timing, we'd like to incorporate these adjustments in a future revision. And so as we learn more about year-end prospects, a piece of the Interstate 64 gap money is contingent upon fiscal year 22's performance in the Commonwealth. I think we have good confidence that that will come to fruition, but that is contingent on year-end performance. In addition, the General Assembly proposed $15 million each year for financial assistance to cities. That's an additional allocation for city street payments that is not incorporated in these assumptions. And so we anticipate coming to you with a recommended adjusted budget and revision in early fall, either September or October, to incorporate these changes. Mr. Secretary, that concludes my prepared slides, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Yes, sir.
Laura, unless I'm reading this incorrectly, back at the slide 2, it shows a motor fuels tax on a steady increase up through 2028. And I'm just curious about that because a couple comments and questions. With the price of gas now and with people with hybrids and electric vehicles, how is that possible and how are you projecting that? And number 2, are you making any assumptions or recommendations possibly of an alternative tax for electric vehicles in the proposed budget in future years or not?
So the estimates for the Commonwealth Transportation Fund are provided to us by the Department of Taxation. And a component of the fuel tax estimate is a CPI adjustment annually. And so the CPI adjustment in the current estimate is just over 4% for 2023. And then it's 2 and change each year going forward.
But
so,
isn't that a false assumption based on the fact that your major manufacturers are going to all electric vehicles this few years down the road? And, I mean, are they not taking that into account, that that's what's going to happen? I mean, that's the reality of the situation.
Sir, I understand. So the CPI adjusts the tax rate, but the component is the consumed gallons, right? And so towards the end of this, when they provide the information that backs up these estimates, there are small reductions in the consumed gallons across Virginia, but the underlying assumptions is really in their purview and not VDOT's.
I just think that's a false assumption for us to operate on 5 years down the road. I just don't see it. Revenue from gas tax being way down.
Average cars hold?
I think I saw 12 years.
Old.
Takes a while to turn the fleet over.
Takes a while to, you don't have infrastructure for it. I mean, I think we're gonna have a large percentage, I don't know what that means, large percentage of current gas burners be electric in 5 years is gonna be.
Plus, Mr. Chairman, there's an adjustment for that, isn't there? When we receive, those who own electric cars pay a different fee that, I don't know if it's the equivalent of what we'd spend in gas tax, but.
It's not.
But it's something.
It's a reduced, it's a averaged and then reduced by a relatively small factor. It's about 3/4 maybe of average.
So it won't be the difference between nothing and something. There's something being paid.
It doesn't come from that. It comes from the alternative bucket.
Well, is there any effort being made to I know we're studying it, but about revenues from electric vehicle mile usage? Is that part of what we should be anticipating in future budgets or not?
I think we're generally struggling with the whole concept of how do you generate highway money and it's not tied to a gas tax. So yeah, we are looking into all those things. Now where the state finance people are in that is not necessarily connected, right? But I don't think it's radically going to change in the next few years. I don't.
Yeah, I think I differ on that because I think, a game changer is when you see gas prices at $5 and everybody's thinking about conversion. Not that they can all do it, but I just think 5 years you're going to see a drastic drop. I would like to see us start thinking about preparing for that.
Understood. We are. John?
Mr. Secretary, Mr. Yates, if I could just add a couple comments here. We are required to use the official forecast of the Commonwealth in doing our forecasting, so we're not permitted to do this alternate forecast and purposes of budgeting. We do look at it. I think, we did that big review a couple years ago that really looked at it being 10+ years before there was a significant influx in electric vehicles. But we did impose in the 2020 omnibus, there was the highway use fee that was put in place that looks at electric vehicles and vehicles with high fuel mileage and factors in an additional revenue source that is charged through the registration process. So if you're not getting it, if we're seeing lower revenue forecast because of an additional electric vehicles, we will see an increase in the highway use fee revenue. So it's a little balancing. It's not one for one, but it was done again in 2020 to try to help us down the path until we knew where we were going and what the end solution was. And that's, we probably have 10 or 15 years, but it'll be here before we know it.
I think it will be. Thank you. Thanks.
Questions for Ms. Farmer? Now, does anybody need a break? Take a quick break and then let's take a 5-minute break. And we'll be right back. Folks, the next item on our agenda is the 23 DRPT budget and 6-year improvement plan. And in advance of that, Deputy Lawson is going to give us a presentation that speaks to some changes that we are making in the budget that we're submitting. And he'll have some remarks about that, and why, and what we're doing. And then I'll have some remarks about that as well, and then we'll have some questions and answers. Awesome.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, members of the board. I do want to bring to you today some changes that we are proposing as it relates to the Commonwealth Mass Transit Fund. As we were reviewing the draft and obviously getting ready to bring the final budget to you, we noticed some things that just didn't look quite right. So we dug into it a little deeper and just wanted to give a little history as to kind of what I call the transition into the omnibus transportation bill. If you recall, in the 2020 omnibus transportation bill kind of restructured transportation finance. It created the Commonwealth Transportation Fund. It established new formulas that distributed portions of all the revenues to the Highway Maintenance Operating Fund, to the Transportation Trust Fund, and then within the trust fund, there were the amounts that went to highway construction go down through a further formula, and then the Mass Transit Fund has a new formula itself that distributes how all the revenues that are provided to those funds are provided to the programs. The code gave the board latitude in the use of the formulas and in the use of some directed allocations between 21, 2, and 3 before fully implementing those new allocation formulas in fiscal year 24. The purpose of that was to smooth out I'll say the sizing of the new programs as the new revenues were coming into place associated with the omnibus. Largely, the omnibus revenue increases, as you recall, were related to the increases in the motor fuel tax, the increases that took place over a couple of years there. As revenues, of course, we kind of had a setback when COVID first started, and our revenue projections fell a little bit. But then they have rebounded. And as you heard Ms. Farmer mentioned, where our revenue stream today is actually higher than we was expecting it to be in 23 pre-COVID and following the passage of the omnibus. What was done at the CTF and the TTF levels and for 23 was to fully implement those 24, the omnibus formulas, to distribute the monies exactly the way the formulas say they should have been distributed. That was also done for all the construction programs. However, that wasn't done for the Commonwealth Mass Transit Fund. We continued, the Commonwealth Mass Transit Fund received a larger share of money based on the new formula, but the distributions within the formula were not reduced or not changed to the new distributions. The impact of that was you saw kind of a mismatch of how monies were distributed, and that was further compounded by some of the directed allocations that were done because the revenue wasn't expected to be there until later. Let me get to maybe a little more detail here in a moment. What we're looking to do is to implement the Commonwealth Mass Transit Fund formulas in 23 as done for the other programs. Part of doing that provides the $50 million for PRIA off the top of the Commonwealth Mass Transit Fund. instead of an add-on. In the draft budget, as you saw it, the 50 million was added in addition to the percentage that was directed to the mass transit fund. So following the formula, we would provide the PRIA off the top, and then the remaining monies would be distributed by the mass transit fund based on the formula. That would provide $201 million to NVTC to support WMATA, which is comparable, and I'll show you a slide here in a moment, is comparable to the amounts that are anticipated in 24 through 28, and it's larger than what they were received in 21 and what the original number was in 22. There are some, I'll call it, perhaps deficits by doing this. I think it could create some hardship potentially to the statewide transit operating and transit capital. So we would like to retain those at the draft funding levels. And if you implement all the changes, it does leave some funds available that were not direct, that would come out of the CTB directed allocations that we would recommend be used to increase or supplement the paving reserve or the inflationary reserve that you heard Ms. Farmer speak of. If we add monies to that reserve, they would be consumed first, and then assuming the funds that there are still funds left over, they would roll back into construction as they were taken out this year. And I'm presenting to you these changes today, or recommended changes today, with the intent that we will come back to you next month to seek your approval of the component related to the NVTC WMATA support funding, and whether or not we use the remaining dollars for the paving reserves. So to dive into the weeds a little bit, and this is a little bit of an eye chart. I tried to condense it a bit, but I wanted to make sure you understood where we are and how this is working. In the first, what you see here are the kind of the breakout, starting with the amount of trust fund monies that are provided to the Commonwealth Mass Transit Fund. You have a takedown off of that related to administrative, there's some special programs that will have some funding to take it off the top. And then we go through the path here. You see at the bottom, I've shown what the old formula numbers were and what the omnibus percentages are. So just keep them in mind as I walk you across this spreadsheet. So the first column, populated numeric column that is labeled draft 6-year FY23. That is the amount, $504 million, that is the share of the TTF that is directed to the Mass Transit Fund. So you have the $22 million coming off the top. That leaves roughly $82 million for distribution. There was $120 million in addition to that provided to the Mass Transit Fund for the enumerated purposes you see there. They were specific, direct, and not in part of any formula at all. And you see the first thing there being the $50 million to PRIA. So if you work on down the line, that leaves of the $601 million, you got $481 for distribution. When you add all the directed amounts to the formula amounts, you see the distribution of the 601 below, starting with $273 million for WMATA, the NVTC WMATA Assistance Fund, and running on down the line with PRIA shown at the bottom. The next column is to illustrate how the distribution of the Mass Transit Fund would work without any directed allocations. So we start with the same base. We have $482 million for distribution. You fund the $50 million for PRIA off the top, and then you have the distribution of the remaining $432 million. As you can see there, in the next column, it just shows the differences of what the impact of that action would be. with the reductions to basically all of the programs because we have a smaller number, with the biggest impact obviously being with the WMATA assistance and Mass Transit Operating Assistance Fund, the statewide component. And looking at this and trying to balance out where we are and where we're going, we are recommending what you see in the green. We are recommending the use of $50.3 million of the directed monies to basically make whole the operating assistance and capital assistance amounts, and allowing the balance of $69.7 million to flow through or flow out and be used to support the paving program or the inflationary reserve I mentioned earlier. But jump to the next slide. It illustrates kind of more specifically the impact of what has happened over the last couple years as it relates to the NVTC support for WMATA. As I mentioned, the draft of 273 that or 272 that I just mentioned, was also, $24 million greater than what was provided in 2022. And if you look at the 22 revised budget, which you acted on last January, that program actually received a 50% increase over the original budget. They got an additional $88 million. So you see those two comparisons right there, kind of in the middle in the box, the 2022 revised and the 2023 draft. And you can see that the result of both of those is it pushed the state's contribution toward the WMATA operating subsidy to 90%, 85 and 90% versus the 55 to 60% that had historically been the number as you see here, kind of trending up from 19 as you expected with the additional funding that the omnibus was intended to provide. So implementing the recommendations that we talked about, you see where it brings, how it realigns 2023 and puts it on a projection in line with what is expected in 24 through 28. Slightly growing, again, growth being driven by growing revenues.
What's your next slide?
My next slide is just this one, talking about the directed revenues.
Let me jump in. Go back to the last slide. Go to the next one before that. So I handed out something, or Carol just did, that I prepared that just boils it all down for me. So let me just give you my take on this. So as we're going through this transition period with the omnibus bill and transforming rail in Virginia and all these changes to our funding regimen, the top, as John told us, the very top levels, we were implementing the new formulas. And when we got down to the Commonwealth Mass Transit Fund, which shows formulas in the bottom left columns. So in the old days, it was 53.5 was going to go to WMATA. Now it's going to 46.5. Some of that's coming off the top. It's coming from different places. It doesn't mean their money's going down. It means the percent of the money that's applied in this formula is decreased. So we didn't change from the formula on the left to the formulas on the right. We're above that at the Transportation Trust Fund and other places we did. And we're not sure why we didn't. We just know that we didn't, right? And so this is going back to last year. Because we didn't make those changes and because we had increasing revenue, we generated a bunch of extra money that would flow through and go to transit and in this specific case, would go to the WMATA subsidy. And what do I mean by WMATA subsidy? The state is not a party to the WMATA compact, compact being agreement. The state's not a party to it. Maryland is, Washington DC is, the federal government is, and some counties represented by MBTC in Northern Virginia are. 6, is that right, Mary?
It's 6 or 7,
6 or
Mr.
7.
Secretary.
They're all the ones that have signed the agreement. Now, what we've done as a Commonwealth is we have assisted, and properly so, their financial responsibility by giving them some money to MVTC, who then gives it to WMATA on behalf of these counties and city in Virginia. And typically, we've been running about 55% of what they owe, the state's paying, and they're paying 45. So because of the two things that happened in the last 2 years, the fact that we didn't apply the new formulas all the way through, and because revenue was substantially more than we had expected, it created, on my sheet, an $88 million payment that went to them in January that you can see in the the third column. And that was money we approved out of this body to go to them in January of this year. That money's sitting at MBTC in their account because it's excess money, right? If we do nothing and just continue down this train, this tack, I should say, and didn't make any further changes, we would see this other number in the next to last column of 71,984 also going to WMATA. So that's about $160 million that's additional money versus our former run rate and where we're going to end up. So you'll see in the left-hand column, or excuse me, in the far right-hand column, we're going to jump from 154, 159, 173 to 265 last year. We would jump to 272 this year if we don't do anything, and then we go back to 198, 201, 203, 204, 206. So it's this big glut of money that's basically spinning out of these formulas because, one, we didn't change the formula all the way through and down, and two, because we have increasing revenue. So it's going to spit out that money, and we're going to send it, if we don't do anything differently, to MBTC, and it's going to drive our reimbursement of the localities up to 85 and 90%. And we don't think that's right, right? We want to stay and continue to fund what we've been funding in general, that same rate, about 55% or so, and continue on the track that you would see if we had smoothed it properly. So we were intending to smooth it. We were intending to give a little bump to transit. And so what we're presenting to you today is this revised budget. And basically, we're going to take, in the recommendation, we'll take $71,984,000 out, and we'll park it on the side in the mass transit fund. And we'll come back in a month and decide if you all want to accept what we're recommending to you or not. Why would we wait a month? You well know that I'm one of those people that agrees with the concept of let's not bring things to the workshop and bring to the action meeting. And we do that occasionally because we sort of have to, right? And so this was one of those. And obviously it's concerning because we have a draft out there that people have looked at. Now, you shouldn't rely on a draft, right? The Commonwealth doesn't even have a budget yet. It's not signed. It'll get signed, I think, in the next day or so, right? There's a ceremonial signing that happened today, but it's not the real signing. So we don't have a state budget yet, much less a DRPT budget that relies on that. So my recommendation today, and what John has shown us, is that we take that number out and put that aside. We do everything else we said we were going to do. We hold the rest of the entities harmless, which he showed you on this page. So nobody's going to get less than they expected out of the draft budget, other than this one line. And then we socialize what we're doing and why with our colleagues and friends in Northern Virginia, specifically MBTC and some of the legislators, and give our board members who are from that neck of the woods ability to chat with some people and get it heard fully so that everybody has an opportunity to hear from whoever that wants to talk to them. then we would come back in July and vote on what to do with the money. Our recommendation is going to be to take that money and to put it as an offset, if you will, or to add it, if you will, to contingency. So we have $129 million that Laura showed us that we put in our budget for contingency because of inflation. And I can tell you that we've identified that already, where that's going to go and why it's going to cost that. And it's a lot of fuel and it's a lot of asphalt. Okay, so we're taking that money, we're going to have crossover likely, which functionally means that contingency, if we cross over, meaning we go into the construction budget, we've taken that out of construction, right? So one thing I want to do and I'm digressing a bit, but one thing I want to make sure that we do is that we hold true to our mantra that safety's first, of course, but the maintenance comes before construction, right? And we've got some programs and we've got some targets that we haven't been hitting. And frankly, we ought to hit them if this board's going to set a target or a goal and say we're going to do, so much grass cutting or so much ditch clearing or whatever it is, so much level of payment, so much level of this or that, then we need to fund it to get there. Or either we need to change the target. I mean, we can't have it both ways. And so I want to make sure that we do our maintenance first. That means if we do that and we go over the amount that gets funded through the formula, we reach into construction and we pull it out and we move it to maintenance. That's what it means. That's what we've agreed to do. So this reserve is set up to help fund that, if that happens. And this $79 million would either just reduce the reserve or be additional reserve, and it would go to the benefit of the entire Commonwealth for pavement and so forth, so for maintenance. So that's what our recommendation would be. So we see it as a one-time anomaly that's driven by the fact that we didn't bring the continuation of the change to the new formulas all the way through the funding tree, and because we had such increased revenue that it just created this glut that was unintended. And all the glut serves to do is to fund the localities who owe WMATA to the extent that where they almost have to pay nothing of their own money for those couple years because we've given them that extra $160 million that we didn't anticipate was going to happen. But in due conscience to Ms. Hines' urging and good process, I think, the ability to spend a little bit of time to have that discussion with those who've looked at this budget, and there is some concern that counties are trying to do their budgets by the end of June to 1st of July like we are. But as I said, it's all been drafted to this point. We haven't approved anything yet, and we don't even have a state budget to base it on, although we're pretty certain we know what that's going to be. So that's my sort of boiling it down. And so the question that what we intend to do today was vote on the rest of it. So all these entities that are counting on our monthly payments and they need cash right away are going to get that. We'll hold them harmless to the right side of the chart, except the 71,984,017 number. We'll put that aside and we'll decide what to do with that when we come back next month. And we could decide to give it to MVTC. We could decide to put it in pavements. There's probably a couple other things we could do with it. But our recommendation is going to be pump it back into the maintenance of the system because we're at a deficit and there are things that we're not getting done that need to get done. And it's equitable to the entire Commonwealth as opposed to a deserving but small part of the 6 counties of the total. Questions, Mr. Stamp?
88 million is spent.
88 million is gone.
It's found money.
We're not asking for it back.
Okay, it's found money as far as the counties are concerned.
It was not budgeted. It came in over the transom.
It's a gift.
You're not trying to call any of that back.
We're not.
They got an $88 million windfall, in fact.
They did.
To Amada.
To
The
MVTC, to the counties.
Yeah.
So remember, our money offsets the locality's money. So if you owe $1 and I pay it for you, you got $1 to do whatever you want to with it. You're paying 90 cents. Okay? So if you owe $100, we paid 90. You can take you pay your 10, but you can take your 90 and do anything else you want to with it.
You've done it.
Anything.
Right.
Right? So we're just offsetting.
Secretary.
Signs.
So I want to say thank you for listening to the concerns that I had and for giving us this time period to make sure there are no unintended consequences or surprises in Northern Virginia. I appreciate all the detail that you've laid out. And I do understand what you're saying. So we will do our work up in Nova, and I'll be in a position to vote next month, and I do appreciate.
We will as well from our
I do appreciate that.
office.
The only question that I have, because back in December when we did that directed funding, there was an intentionality to plus up transit. And this is basically saying, you know, we were kind of wrong about that, and now we're going to move that money out of the transit fund and move it over here to maintenance, and you've made an eloquent case for maintenance. But I guess the only thing I would ask is there something inside the transit arena that could also be an option for the board, should the board decide that that's how it would like to spend that money?
The answer is yes, they could likely do something else with it. I will bring to your attention.
It's hard to hear you.
Sorry, I'll bring to you, I was trying to look at the chart.
Yeah.
I'll bring to your attention sort of the plus up comment. So I'm not sure the board fully understood how the 88 million was going to work. I certainly did not. This is, let me.
I was just talking about the 120 that was.
No,
in
you
this.
said when we sent the 88 million in January.
I said the wrong number. The 120 million of directed omnibus funding, which was a vote we, the board, took to plus up
And
transit.
we're holding that harmless except for Wilmata.
Well, not really, because you're showing 50 million there.
Come down to the bottom. Okay, if you look at the bottom, difference, 23, the 5, the negative 3.6, the 5.9, all those are what we're funding up. That's additional funding that will go to keep them harmless.
Mr. Secretary, if I could just add there, the formula does prescribe that the PREA 50 million comes off the top.
I understand.
And the reason the 50 million was being proposed to be funded directly is because we were doing it in the earlier years while we were waiting for the revenue numbers to rise. The revenue numbers rose quicker than was anticipated.
Okay, well, Mr. Secretary, it's a lot of information, so I'm
Yes,
not gonna
it is.
belabor
Well,
this,
here's
but
what
we
I'm
can
trying
have
to
a
tell you.
conversation so I can
We're
understand.
holding harmless everything else that was reflected in the draft budget. So if it said they were going to get X, that's what they were going to get, all right? That includes, to your point about transit, if you look at the third column, the difference column, and you come down to the second line, it says 47,776, 581. So if we went to the omnibus numbers and fully instituted them, they would have gotten 116. Having not done that yet, they were gonna get 164. The difference being $47 million of additional money that's above and beyond what we expected, that came out of this as well, and that $47 million is going to transit across the Commonwealth, most of which will end up in Northern Virginia because they have most of the transit. So there remains not only the 88, there remains 50 million there, and some of the other monies are there that are all plus up to transit. We've just said we're not recommending we do another 72 on top of that. Now, let me say the one thing that I think is critically important. Money that we send to MVTC, to the extent that it's less than what the localities are required to pay, is just relieving them and turning their money into fungible for anything they want to use it for. It doesn't mean they use it for transit. It just frees up the money in their back pocket and they can spend it on anything, right? So if you owe $100 and I pay 90 of it, and you only owe 10 and you can take your 90 and you can do whatever you want. It's not necessarily on transit. So I don't know what they've spent their money on. All I've said is we have risen our obligation, or our percentage of their obligation, up to 85 and 90%, freeing up them to do whatever they want to do, and it could be anything with that money. So I don't know if it's, I don't know the impact on transit one way or another.
Sure.
I'm just saying it's unreasonable for the Commonwealth to be paying 85 and 90% of the local operating subsidy. And because of a lack of understanding and a lack of implementation of the formulas to the bottom level. And so it was an unintended consequence. We haven't tried to claw back the 88. We're not asking to change the 47. We're merely saying there's another 72, and we don't think it's right to just give that to the richest counties in Virginia when everybody else needs it too. And we would be best served, particularly in this inflationary environment, to put it into the maintenance of what we already have and make sure our maintenance is strong and to reduce the crossover coming out of construction. That's our recommendation. Questions?
Secretary, so real quick, are you saying
These are the changes to the budget we haven't looked at?
if we did anything, they got $160 million to go to localities that they wouldn't have to pass on? So 55% of that, which is 88 million, has already been allocated to localities. What you're saying is just hold back 45% of the 160, approximately 72 million.
I'm saying, if you look on my sheet,
I got you.
the 88's already been sent. They have that money. It's sitting in an account.
Yes.
Okay? If we do nothing and just let this continue the way it was continuing and didn't change the formulas to what they're supposed to be,
72 million.
and didn't mediate or mitigate the effect of this huge surplus, then we would send them an additional $72 million, and it would raise our amount in '23 to $272 million. So we will have gone from 173 to 265 to 272 and back down to 198.
So localities could go ahead and fund their part and have even more money for WMATA. Or they could reduce it and allocate that money somewhere else in their budgets.
They owe a certain amount to MVTC, pay for WMATA.
But the
We
six
just
localities,
gave them, we gave 88 million more than we would normally
yeah,
give.
the local governments of six or seven localities could just take that money.
And do whatever with it.
Put in money, okay.
Their money's fungible, right? Once we relieve them of their funding obligation to WMATA, they can do whatever they want to with their money, and should.
Mr. Secretary, I would just point out that one of the big challenges that's facing WMATA is the slow return of ridership. And so no one is exactly sure how they're going to cover that gap. That gap is going to hit in '23 or '24. And so, you know, how the state will participate or not in that is a question to be decided. But I would also point out for my colleagues who may or may not be aware that several actions ago, the General Assembly took money from NVTA to fill WMATA, to fill the state's contribution, partially to fill the state's contribution for the WMATA capital program, different program. But in the doing of that, there was some significant impacts on local governments, holes created in actual budgets that had to be managed. So this has all happened within the last 5 years. And while it's a sophisticated understanding to say capital is not the same as operating, in fact, for the localities, all of that money comes out of the money they raise from real estate taxes. And they all pretty much offer a robust local bus service as well. So they've become very committed to making sure that their transit continues to thrive and be affordable as we get through this, what is a really terrible time for transit. So I don't want to belabor this here. There's history on the CTB side and on VDOT, on the Transportation Secretariat side. There's lots of history in the localities. And what I think this month does for us all is give us a chance to work together and share together. Mr. Secretary, I appreciate you walking us through how that money shows up in the green side of this. I wasn't making those connections, so I appreciate that very much. And I just, I look forward to talking more and helping my colleagues in Northern Virginia understand this, so that we can all be very comfortable that we're all moving in an appropriate direction. So again, thank you very much.
So to be clear, once we see the budget presented, what we're going to tell you is it's going to be the budget except for, that we'll vote on, except for
That item.
$71,984 and $984,017 that we're going to park. We're either we're going to use it for something, we're going to park it, and we're going to come back and vote on what to use it for. And what I'm recommending we use it for is to put it in a statewide pot for maintenance and let the state benefit from the surplus as opposed to taking our reimbursement up to 90%. That's what I'm going to recommend. But to Mary's point, I think she's made a good case, and I agree with her. It's always better to give people time to understand it well and to have a discussion. Because, they're not, I wouldn't like it either if I thought I was getting more money than I was getting before, and I'm not getting any more. I'm going to be disappointed. I get it, but we've got a responsibility to the Commonwealth and to the entire system. And this was, in my view, is aberrational, and it's not equitable. It ought to be returned, and that's why that's why they gave us the power of the variability during this transition, so we could smooth this out. That was what our assignment was to do. And what you're seeing in that bar graph right there, the blue is not smooth. It's got a big hump in the middle of it. And we're just trying to reduce the hump a little bit.
Secretary, are you saying that one localities found out we gave them more money than they needed or obligated to, and they told us? Or do we find it?
We found it.
Just kidding.
Truth is, with all the stuff, it's an interesting to start a new job of this magnitude because there's lots going on. And so it's frustrating that you don't know more. I wish I'd been in the job for like 10 years so I could know more
You might not
about
have
what I
any
was
here.
doing. I might be dead. Shot. But I mean, my point is you don't know what you don't know, right? And you sort of turn over a rock and you say, well, what is this? So the truth is, we were going through the whole amount of discussion about the governance problems they're having and the financial problems Ms. Hines referred to, which is substantial, and the fact that their operators, 50% of them weren't certified to run the train because nobody kept up with the certifications, and on and on and on, and we're concerned about it, right? It's an important part of our system, and it companies are locating in Northern Virginia because they got those kinds of things, and it's important. So as we're looking into it, I start looking at these numbers, I'm going like, well, what's going on there? Why are these numbers so high? And then we find out it's because of unintended consequences, and John's my resident historian, and I said, well, why didn't we change that number before? And it wasn't his focus, but we don't really know why we didn't change it at that level. So I'm just trying to fix what got created improperly, if you will, or the outcome, trying to fix the outcome that's not the outcome we should want. right. John?
The last slide, Mr. Secretary, was just what we were just been talking about, just showing how we would be relieving some of those directed allocations.
We'll send this out to you. I don't know if it's gone to you yet or not. We were working on this at 11 o'clock this morning, so. And I apologize. I will apologize again for bringing it sort of in too short a space of meeting times, but I brought it to you as soon as we found it. Thank you.
Thank you.
So next, Darisol, where are you hiding? Oh, there you are. Tanya and Grant and Emily are all going to proselytize.
Three amigos.
I love it.
Mr.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Secretary, board members, good afternoon. Presentation of today's FY23-28 six-year improvement program and FY23 budget update will be done in a collaborative way because joining me today is, Grant Sparks, who's the Acting Chief of Public Transportation, and Emily Stock. Did I say Grant Sparks? I did. And the Chief of Rail will be joining me today.
Wake up, Marty.
Not yet.
Again.
Tanya,
Thank you.
please proceed.
Thank you.
He's just trying to bring a little attention to himself here at the end.
Thank you for the excitement. On the slide in front of you today, I will be presenting the high-level overview of what was presented to you in April versus what we are presenting today. And as you can see, there is a change of $40 million for the transit program. And this is for funding that was added for the congestion mitigation, air quality, and regional surface transportation program. I want to pause for just 1 second to thank the VDOT finance team. They've been an amazing partner. We have had a lot of changes that we've had to make, even some today. So they are the true unsung heroes. Also added in this presentation of the SIP is a appendix, which is in accordance with the Memorandum of Agreement, where MVTC selects and recommends projects for CTB approval. That has been added to the backside of our six-year improvement program. Now a little bit more about the details of the transit program. The slide that you see in front of you now reflects our state programs as funded by the Commonwealth Mass Transit Fund, which is the operating capital and WMATA. And as you can see, there is an asterisk there because we will be making a revision to our six-year improvement program as Deputy Secretary Lawson just presented. So we'll be incorporating that in our July presentation. In addition, the $40 million that I just previously shared with you was added for the congestion mitigation, air quality, and regional service transportation program. Next is our final transit SIP by program, and this is just a refresher because this was previously presented to you in April, and the only change here is the additional $40 million, so that actually changed the percentage from a 15% decrease from FY23 to FY24 to now a 10% decrease. And just want to reiterate that this table is based on actual applications for FY23 and estimated revenues for 24 to 28. Now I will pass it to Grant.
All right, good afternoon, Mr. Secretary, members of the board. I'll be providing some details on what's in the SIP for the transit projects. The Merit Operating Assistance Program is our largest transit funding program, and its purpose is to support the operations, maintenance, and administrative costs for providing different transit services, including fixed route, commuter bus, paratransit, bus rapid transit, ferry, commuter rail and light rail services. Our operating assistance funding is allocated on an annual basis to all transit agencies in the Commonwealth using a performance-based formula, which is included in CTB policy. While we use a performance-based formula, we do cap the state's participation in an agency's operating expenses at 30%. And as for allocations this year, our FY23 SIP includes $164 million in merit operating assistance funding. Moving on to our capital program, the Merit Capital Assistance Program is our second largest funding program for transit. The purpose of this program is to support the transit capital projects that are necessary to maintain, improve, and expand our transit services in the Commonwealth. The vast majority of projects funded through the Merit Capital Program are vehicle replacements, but the program also does support the acquisition of expansion vehicles, improvements or repairs to transit facilities, maintenance equipment, machinery, and heavy equipment. The allocation model for this program is also spelled out in CTB policy, and it uses a prioritization process that assigns resources to projects deemed as the most critical. For this year, our FY23 SIP includes $80 million in merit capital assistance funding. So quickly, just a little bit more detail on what's in the Merit Capital Assistance program this year. 68% of the funding is for state of good repair projects. Again, mostly being vehicle replacements. We also have a number of vehicle rehabs and overhauls in there, replacement of support vehicles, replacement of ITS and communication equipment, and a few others. 27% of the capital program is for minor enhancement projects. These projects include facility improvements, bus shelters, new technology and equipment, and revenue vehicle expansions. And then only 5% of our program this year is dedicated towards major expansion projects. We are recommending funding for 2 VRE projects this year, one for rail car expansion and one for commuter rail station improvements.
Grant?
Sir?
Can you define revenue vehicle expansion?
So a revenue vehicle is typically a bus. And so an expansion bus would be if a transit agency is looking to expand their fleet to accommodate any sort of new service. So if a transit agency is planning to have a new route, they will obviously need new and more buses to service that route.
So as opposed to replacing an existing bus, which would be in state of good repair.
Exactly.
We put it over here and call it. I love the revenue vehicle expansion. We just call it bus for expanded service.
That change on a future presentation.
It's just how we talk. Wayne, you catching up yet? There's lots of words. There are lots of words. What does that mean? Okay, thank you, sir.
Sure. So we already touched on WMATA earlier. The Deputy Secretary did. Just to kind of highlight 3 of the main funding sources that we provide to WMATA. The first one is actually what was discussed earlier, and this is the funds that go to NVTC, which come out of CMTF to offset local operating and capital subsidy requirements. NVTC does manage these funds on behalf of the Northern Virginia localities that receive WMATA service. And you'll see a bullet point there that this figure is pending a revision in July.
So let's be clear. Number at the very top, that's $72 million more than what we're going to recommend. That would bring it back to about the $201 million level that we looked at in smoothing. Mm-hmm. So that's what we're talking about right there.
The second bullet point here is dedicated capital funding. These are regionally derived funds for WMATA's $500 million State of Good Repair capital program. The $154 million in the FY23 SIP is Virginia's share of that $500 million State of Good Repair program. Should also point out that this funding is provided under an agreement between the Commonwealth and WMATA. And then the third bullet point is the state share of match for PREA, which is a federal funding program. Included in the SIP is $50 million in PREA match. And like the dedicated capital funding, the PREA match is provided under an agreement between the Commonwealth and WMATA.
Grant, before you go further, so it's important that you understand that on an annual basis, where the Commonwealth is making those two allocations, 154 and 50, and that is in agreement with WMATA, right? I told you before, we're not a member of the compact, and we're not. But we have a side agreement on capital to fund them that every year for a period of years. One was 10 and for the durations.
For the dedicated capital, and then the PREA match was just updated for another 10 years in the IIJA.
So 10 years for both of them. That money's going into their capital side, and that is with Virginia. So it's sort of an interesting org chart, if you will, or wiring diagram.
Mr. Secretary, one question,
Merrill.
please. Is it typical that half of the DRPT transit budget has gone to WMATA over the last 15 years or so?
What's the percentage of transit that is represented by NBTC?
So, I mean, for
Hard to, it depends on how you measure it, but.
And it varies year to year, but WMATA has represented about half, and then when you add the rest of the Northern Virginia systems on, it's, it varies year to year, but somewhere between 65 and 75%.
So most of the transit in the Commonwealth is there. To my earlier point about the 47 million, it was sort of plussing up to transit assistance, which we're going to approve when we approve this budget. Most of that's going to end up in Northern Virginia. They're going to get a big slug of money out of that for transit. Which is, the way it is. All right, Grant.
So my last slide on transit. In addition to these larger funding programs, we also have a number of specialized transit funding programs. You will see the FY23 allocations here on this slide. Just to point out a few, our special programs, we will be allocating $8.9 million. These are our demonstration, technical assistance, and intern grant programs. We also have the TRIP program, which I think you all are familiar with, which is the zero or reduced fare programs, as well as the regional connectivity program. We have a few tolling revenues or programs rather that support transit projects. Those are listed here. And then the last few are all federal programs. DRPT passes through a lot of federal funds, and on some of those programs we also provide a state match. That is it for the transit portion, and I'll pass it over to Tanya.
Great, so based on what we presented in April versus what we are presenting today, there are no changes to the rail 6-year improvement program. Yay.
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 Tanya.
Yay. And digging in just a little bit deeper, this is actually just exactly what I presented to you in April, which is the $1.5 billion final rail SIP program. And now I'm going to actually turn it over to Emily.
Emily, welcome. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I only have 2 slides, and you've seen the numbers before, so this should go quickly. So this is a summary of our rail preservation program, and DRPT committed $22 million to rail preservation for fiscal years 23 through 28, and there's a 30% match for this program that's required, and it's reflected in red on the slide. And the purpose of this program is to fund state of good repair type type of projects for Virginia short lines, which provide an important last mile freight service for Virginia businesses. And the next slide I have is related to the freight program. So this is a quick summary of the freight program. It's a new program for us this year. The slide shows that DRPT has committed $21 million for this program over fiscal years 23 through 28, and grantees are contributing over a 50% match. And the project types that we have here are more capital improvement projects, port terminal expansions, freight sidings, transload facilities, and right-of-way purchases. So that is the freight program. Anye?
So back to me to close out our presentation today. This is our final agency budget for FY23. There is a slight correction that should be made to the column headings. This should be for our FY23 budget, and there are no changes based on what was already previously presented. And the budget, just as a reminder, is a forecast of our projected payments of our over 2,000 existing and newly approved projects. But as of right now, there are no changes. We will be presenting to you a revised SIP and budget in July, as indicated by Deputy Secretary Lawson. Mr. Secretary, this concludes our presentation for today. Are there any questions?
Questions? Yes, sir, Dr. Smoot.
Mr. Secretary, we continue to be told that a proposed policy on passenger rail station capital cost and maintenance cost is going to be forthcoming. So I'm curious as to why we are appropriating money in this budget for a passenger rail station.
Look at me. Okay.
Acting.
Yes, sir. So the funding that's going to VPRA supports the Transforming Rail in Virginia initiative. We are working with VPRA on a revised station stop policies, actually a series of policies and a policy framework that we'll bring back to the board in September that will guide future investments from the CTB, and that'll be a parallel policy that will also be part of VPRA's policies, so that we've got a consistent policy in how we're funding stations on a statewide basis. So we will bring that back in September, but there's nothing in our budget now that deals with anything related to stations.
Okay, I thought we had a $5 million item for commuter rail station improvements.
That is on the transit side for VRE. That's something that's eligible under the Transit Capital Program specific to commuter rail that is eligible for transit funding.
So a commuter rail station is going to be treated differently from other passenger rail stations?
Historically, commuter rail has been treated differently. I would suggest that as we look at station funding policies and with the advent of VPRA, I think it's also time for us to look at our funding arrangements with VRE and how those are handled basically through VPRA and also through DRPT's transit program. That's something that as a member of our Transit Service Delivery Advisory Committee, you know we've had a spirited conversation about already, and so I would anticipate we'll be making recommendations in that vein as well.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Very nice. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'ams and sir. Next item on the agenda is the FY 23-28 six-year improvement program. Ms. Pryor. Welcome. Good afternoon.
I am presenting to you the final FY 23 to 28 six-year improvement program. Not a lot of change from the draft, so I can move through this relatively quickly. The total value of the six-year improvement program, highway, rail, and public transit, is $25.8 billion. The highway construction program component of that is $19.5 billion, a very slight decrease between the draft, mainly due to the establishment of the reserve for maintenance and operations, as well as some correction to some of the HR TAC allocations on the Hampton Roads Bridge Tunnel project that Ms. Farmer mentioned previously. Again, the program provides support for about 4,500 projects, includes $3.6 billion in funding provided by others. Some changes from the final, or some things that have occurred between the draft and the final. We held our in-person 6-year improvement program spring public meetings, so thank you all for turning out for those. I think they were a really big success, and look forward to doing those in the fall again, probably. The program also reflects updates to certain federal funds based on some updated apportionment tables from the Federal Highway Administration, some updated estimates of funding. Ms. Farmer mentioned the slight increase of about $8 million per year to the bridge rehab formula fund, so that's reflected in the final. We also broke out some of the federal funds for our surface transportation program, the carbon program, and the transportation alternatives program to reflect a new population subcategory of 5 to 50,000. This just summarizes the impact to the major programs. No changes in general. There's a slight change to the CMAQ value, and that's just basically reflecting a reduction based on an adjustment in our growth assumption for CMAQ that only impacted the statewide CMAQ total. There's minor changes to some of the formula programs based on the establishment of the reserve for maintenance and operations. You see this as a change to the interstate operations and enhancement program as well as the safety program. They're reflected in green here. There's actually a slight change in all 5 of the formula programs, but because of rounding, these are the only 2 programs that show a different number, so they're highlighted in green for you. And then finally, a couple of changes to some of the new programs, the increase to the bridge rehab and replacement program. We also have eliminated the vulnerable road user program. Initially, we thought we qualified for that, and we showed it for 6 years. In the draft, we reduced that because it's an annual determination and only showed it in FY23. Now we have determined definitely we do not trigger that reserve in FY23, so it's been removed completely from the program. That's a good news story. That means our bicycle and pedestrian deaths didn't trigger that set aside. The money just simply goes back into our safety program, so no net change in funding. So the next steps, later today, I'll bring you a resolution for adoption of the final program. And as Ms. Farmer indicated, now that we have the budget in hand, we will evaluate that for any adjustments that need to be made in the early fall. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Questions? All right, Brambleton. Tidewater Drive, Brambleton.
Yes. For the PowerPoint. So I've got 2 smart scale project changes for you today. Both are in the city of Norfolk. So today I have with me the district engineer from Hampton Roads, Chris Hall, and a representative from the city of Norfolk, Keith Darrow. Wave. I got this. I can handle it. Can we get the presentation pulled up, please? The first project I'll present on is a proposed cancellation of the project in Norfolk, Brambleton Avenue at Tidewater Drive intersection. As a reminder, the board's smart scale policy states that a project may only be canceled by an action of the board, and so we are bringing this to you for consideration. The Brambleton Avenue Tidewater Drive project was submitted by the city of Norfolk in round 2 of smart scale. The original project cost was $645,000. It was fully funded with district grant funds. The original scope included the addition of a southbound left turn lane, creating a dual left onto Brambleton Avenue. The project is locally administered and has not yet started. This is just a sketch of the location of the project. At a glance, this project again, total cost of $0.6 million, fully funded with district grant money. It got a score of 302.3. It was the highest ranking project in the district in round 2. It has no expenditures. The current project estimate, however, is $1.3 million. So what's happened since the project was submitted? Prior to the project's initial start date, it was determined that there was a deficit of $700,000. The original estimate did not include costs associated with utility relocations or stormwater management. Some work was done by the district and the city, and it was determined that reducing the scope sufficiently to get the project back in budget would reduce the effectiveness of the project and still wouldn't achieve significant cost savings. So the recommendation for your action in July is to cancel the project.
So this is one of those ones that drives me insane, right? Because one, you know, Norfolk shouldn't have submitted like this. Two, we shouldn't have allowed it to proceed, and we should have known better. You know, but we're getting better at this, obviously, as we go through the rounds, and we're increasing the help and scrutiny so everybody's on the same page. But obviously, we've spent a lot of time, and I think about the time that everybody's spent thinking about it, talking about it, designing it, applying for it, reviewing it, and now we're going to cancel it, right? I hate that. We're going to cancel it because we didn't think about, we didn't put in the scoring something that doubled the cost, like utilities and stormwater. So, any other questions? Anybody want to say anything in your defense? It's not personal, guys. We're getting better at it.
Yeah, I guess I would say, Mr. Secretary and members of the board, that you know, this is a round two, and I think you're correct in the procedures have gotten much more mature. Our process of validation of these has become much more strenuous, and there's always a learning curve, no matter what project we're working on. And I think if there's a silver lining to this is there was a recognition that this project was not going to be feasible, and we're going to put the money back to work on a project that's a higher priority, and that's why we have the city here. So I think the collaboration between us and the city to get to that decision is a sort of the silver lining to this discussion.
So should we roll into Park Avenue? Any other questions?
So the next presentation is Brambleton Avenue at Park Avenue, and this is a budget increase request. As a reminder, your smart scale policy dictates that certain budget increases must come to the board for approval based on the threshold shown on the slide. The Brambleton Avenue Park Avenue intersection improvement project, again, was submitted by the City of Norfolk in round two. The original cost was $594,000. It was fully funded with district grant funds as well. The original scope included the addition of a northbound right turn lane onto Park Avenue and a removal of a split phase, changing the signal timing to increase the intersection capacity. The project is locally administered, and it has not started yet either. This is just the location of the project there at Park and Brambleton. Estimated project budget currently is $1.3 million. This represents an increase of 125% over the over the original budget. The original estimate, like the previous project, did not include the costs associated with stormwater management or utility relocations. Again, reducing the scope of the project also reduces the effectiveness of the project without actually achieving enough cost savings to remain within budget. As a comparison, at the original application, the cost was $0.6 million. Currently, the cost is $1.3 million. The smart scale cost in both cases was fully funding the project. The score was originally 278, if I can see from here. Based on the new cost, the score goes down slightly to 124. However, it doesn't change the rank of the project. It was the second highest ranked project in the district in round two. So the recommendation for your approval in July is to approve the budget increase using Hampton Roads district grant funds. Currently, there are $735,000 available. With the cancellation of the previous project, that would leave a remainder of $636,000 available for subsequent cost increases if necessary on other projects. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Ms. Secretary, you said this was the highest ranked?
This was the second
The
highest.
second highest,
Yes,
okay.
sir.
So it might have been the same engineer. No other comments.
At least we're consistent.
Absolutely.
Let me say this isn't really fully germane here, but it's something I think we need as we look through this smart scale in the upcoming months and years, and how we can improve it if we can. I continue to be concerned that we judge projects against other projects, not against some bar. And so if you have a scenario, which is somewhat unlikely, but when it's the whole deal, when you have too much money in the system and you got projects chasing money, that you tend to have projects that score less, still get funded. And it's because they score against each other and you got a static amount of money and you're going to apply it. You can have situations where maybe the cost benefit really isn't that great, or the ROI is not that great, because you're not judging it against that. You're judging it against the other project in that district. And that always, if you've got plenty of really good projects, it probably never comes into play. But I still like having an absolute bar. I don't want to know that I was a swimmer with a time, right? The time was the absolute bar. That was your time, right? And you wanted to improve your time. It wasn't just about winning, it was about improving your time. So we had something to compare it against. Here we don't have that. We've got a moving target, meaning what else is in play. So, other questions from Norfolk? I got about 12 on signal timing, but we can do that later. Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for coming. The next item on the agenda is the director's items. Ma'am.
In light of the hour, I will be very brief. We are monitoring, we continue to monitor transit ridership statewide. The good news is we continue to see month-over-month increases. From April to May, it was about 3% increase. We're also seeing ridership increases on Metro Rail. So that is all good news as we see more folks transition back into a more routine commuting schedule. And given the conversation earlier today on federal discretionary grants, I will share with you, I shared a lot of good news with the Rail and Transit Subcommittee this morning. The Virginia Passenger Rail Authority has received notice of award for 2 Federal Railroad Administration CRISI grants. One is for $6.5 million for improvements to the Ettrick Station. The other is a shared award with North Carolina DOT and Amtrak of $58 million for the Richmond to Raleigh corridor, which would help get that project to 30% design. Moving forward, we continue to and there's one more good news. We also received a $100,000 award for our Transportation Navigator project, which is a technology backbone that DRPT manages that helps put information into the hands of the public about access to not only transit services, but human service transportation for seniors and individuals with disabilities. And we're really proud of that project, and it's done very well, and this will allow us to move that project to the next phase. Moving forward, we continue to work really aggressively to seek and bring back more than our fair share of federal discretionary funds. We had a couple of opportunities with the Federal Transit Administration that were due at the end of May. We supported 6 transit agencies: Hampton Roads Transit, OmniRide, Richmond, Blacksburg, and Williamsburg, with submission of applications for bus and bus facilities projects. Most of these are going applications to support the acquisition of replacement buses. And then DRPT, for the first time, we actually applied for bus and bus facility funds ourselves on behalf of 3 small urban transit agencies. We applied on behalf of Charlottesville, Greater Lynchburg Transit, and Harrisonburg Transit for replacement buses for those 3 agencies as well. And that's something that we as an agency have advised our transit partners that we're willing to help bear that some of that administrative burden of working with the feds to incentivize them seeking those federal discretionary funds. So if we're awarded these projects, which we certainly anticipate that we will be, this will help offset the amount of money we need in that merit capital program as we move into fiscal year '24. And we are already looking at projects that we will submit at this time next year. So working ahead using that asset management platform that we manage on behalf of the state. So that concludes my report. Happy to answer any questions.
Anybody have any questions? The commissioner, as I indicated to you, is not in today, and Kevin Gregg is going to talk to us a little bit about variable speed limits.
Good afternoon. I just wanted to give you an update. Last month, we talked about variable speed limits on I-95 northbound between milepost 118 down in Thornburg and 130. So last week, we had a soft launch, had news releases, we had some press coverage, both from DC and Richmond and Fredericksburg areas. So I think the word is out. So since last week, we've been doing some testing. We uncovered all the signs, been doing some testing. Tomorrow, between 5 a.m. and 6 a.m. will be the official launch of the variable speed limits. So after tomorrow, the speed limits will be adjusted on that section of 95 based on congestion. So you'll miss it today as you go home, but if you're traveling that way after tomorrow, you will see those variable speed limits in effect. It's a pilot program. We're going to run it for a while to see how will it work, try to work the bugs out of it, lessons learned, and hopefully we'll get some good results out of it and be able to use it at other places across the Commonwealth. So just wanted to bring you up to date on that. Be glad to answer any questions if anybody has any.
Any questions? Perfect. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. You've worn them out, so thank you.
I'll give them all my secrets. The final item on the workshop agenda are comments by me, and I'm going to defer that until the action meeting. I'll give them all at one time. So with that, if anybody has anything else, or if no one has anything else, workshop is adjourned. Action meeting is called to order. There is a agenda in your package, in a full package. The first item on the agenda are public comments. Mr. David Lee is here from the Virginia Asphalt Association. Mr. Lee, nice to see you. Tell us about the asphalt that's plummeting in cost.
Oh, it's going down rapidly. I can't lie to you today. I'm sorry. Sorry about that. I wish it were. I wish it were for all of us. Thank y'all for having me today. My name is David Lee. I'm with the Virginia Asphalt Association. I'm the Vice President of the Virginia Asphalt Association. I'm here today with the pleasure of presenting an award from the Asphalt Pavement Alliance for it's a perpetual pavement award. You may recall that Trenton Clark was here last year about the same time, and he presented an award very similar, perpetual pavement award for I-81 in Salem District. That award was by performance. And so those sections of payments on 81, there was one in Salem District, like I say, last year. If you recall, there had been one almost 20 years ago in Frederick County that's the same way. And those had performed perpetually with very minimal maintenance. We're here today to talk about a new category that APA has for conversion. And that is where you take an existing pavement and recognizing that many of these pavements are older, you convert that pavement in one way, shape, or form to meet what's considered perpetual pavement. As you recall, a perpetual pavement requirement is basically just that you only have to maintain the surface of that pavement for the life of the pavement structure. So what the APA has now recognized is that there are many pavements that are being constructed today that are very new that also meet perpetual pavement criteria. And we have one here today that has won the award in Lynchburg District. It's Route 460, the Appomattox Bypass, recently constructed. That pavement was constructed in the early 90s. It was a jointed concrete pavement. The project rubbleized that existing pavement structure and then came back with an 8-inch asphalt pavement overlay for that pavement structure. And that project has turned out extremely well. The Lynchburg District submitted that project. Chris Winstead and his team submitted that project to the APA, and they have been awarded the APA's Perpetual Pavement Award for conversion. We have today a group of folks with you, and I'm going to turn it over to Chris in just a minute. But I want to recognize VDOT and particularly Chris Winstead and the team at Lynchburg for outstanding work, both from a design perspective, the amount of effort they put into ensuring that this project would turn out extremely well, and then I'm certain that you're going to have a project that's going to last for many, many, many years to come with very minimal maintenance. With that, we have an obelisk that APA is presenting to Lynchburg District and Chris Winstead and his crew. And I want to say thank you very much, and I want to recognize Chris. Let you go ahead and say a few words if you'd like.
Thank you, David. This is a very special moment. There are many great decisions made every day by our employees. It's great to just take a moment and pause and just recognize excellence when someone outside of your agency does that. And I want to certainly thank the Asphalt Pavement Alliance and the Virginia Asphalt Association for this recognition. And I want to just mention Eddie Blunt is here with me today from the Boxley Corporation. He is the Director of Estimating and Administration for Boxley, and they have been a true partner through this project. And just want to acknowledge the fact that anytime you do see a quality product out there on the road that we do with our contractors, that it's a team effort. And certainly that's represented by the Boxley Corporation. I also want to mention this project was finished, and I'll use the priority here that I live by. Sir, it's definitely safety first for our employees and the traveling public, followed by quality. This project was finished with quality, a 92.4% CQIP score, followed by schedule. It was finished over a month early, and it was finished on budget. So the project was executed very well. I drove across this section earlier today on my way here, and it is a great honor to be here before you today. I also want to mention that the pavement was designed by Don French, our district materials engineer, Robert Reed, our assistant district materials engineer as well. Our inspector on the project was Jason Elliott, our VDOT inspector. Our VDOT construction manager was Larry Nash. Our area construction engineer was Velji Desai, who's now with VDOT in the Northern Virginia District. Chris Jackson was our district infrastructure manager, who also helped put this project together. And Dale Todden was our district maintenance engineer at the time. He's now deputy district engineer in Richmond District. And of course, Terry Meadows, our district construction engineer. So this is a very special project. We actually took the concrete pavement and we rubblized it. And turned it into a very strong drainable base for the asphalt, and it's just an incredible project and very grateful. And with that, David, anything else?
There's the obelisk.
Thank you, sir.
Hand it off to you.
It's pretty heavy, sir. Pretty heavy, sir. We'll take good care of this.
Mr. Johnson was telling me last night he was primarily instrumental in this happening.
Yeah, I was, because I stayed out of the way of everything.
Look
at that.
Oh!
That's beautiful.
Thank you for staying out of your way.
Even got your name on here, Shep. No.
Congratulations, and thank you very much. Appreciate it.
And just so everyone knows, I'm going to put a handout that just basically describes the project, and I'll set it on the back table.
Well done.
Thank you.
Well done. Thank you and your team. Our next speaker is Mr. Trip Pollard, Southern Environmental Law Center. Hello, Mr. Pollard. Welcome. How are you today?
Good to be here.
Nice to see you.
To see you. Good afternoon, Mr. Secretary and members of the board. Trip Pollard with the Southern Environmental Law Center. And I wanted to just say a few words about the Bowers Hill Interchange Improvement Study. You had some discussion and presentation on this today. We're very concerned with the process and the proposed preferred alternative. Among other things, we're worried that there's been some rather limited information provided about some of the significance of the potential impacts of this project, both on the natural environment and on communities in the area. We're also concerned that insufficient justification has been provided for the addition of 2 managed lanes along this stretch, as well as there's greater need for analysis of alternatives that are less damaging. The facts that we have heard, or information at least so far, that are particularly troubling is that this proposed preferred alternative would impact over 100 acres of wetlands. That is a very sizable impact, and to the best of our knowledge, very few projects in Virginia have been permitted with anywhere near this level of impacts since the Clean Water Act was adopted in 1972. The severity of these potential impacts, I think, raises some real questions about the permittability of this project. We did hear about the Corps concurring in some of these initial steps, but that's very different than the legal test required for them to actually issue a permit under the Clean Water Act, is that it be the least environmentally damaging practicable alternative, which, based on what we've seen so far, it is not. Would also point out that the Chesapeake Bay Foundation filed comments as well, expressing similar concerns with the amount of wetlands impacted, as well as the stream impacts, which are also significant on this proposal. The bottom line, we think, is that there's really not enough analysis at this point. Given the timeline for proposed construction and where we are on it, we would strongly urge you to not move ahead and approve this next month, but take some more time to do some initial analysis. I think a number of questions were raised by Secretary and board members today. In addition to these concerns that we have, we think it's better for you to spend a little more time on this before this board takes a stand on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pollard. Appreciate it. Mr. Rob Whitfield's looking for the sign-up sheet. We hid it from you, sir, but we wrote your name down on it. Glad to have you. Welcome.
First, Secretary Miller, members of the CTB, I'm Rob Whitfield with the Fairfax County Taxpayers Alliance, and I was a civil engineer for a decade, but I haven't been so civil in the last 20, 30 years. But each meeting represents a whole set of issues, but there are a couple of ministerial things first. Number one, I've been coming to these meetings for 5, 6 years. I still don't know where to park. I'd be glad to pay $10 a day if it's within a couple of blocks. So when you put your announcements out for meetings in future, just give us some instructions as to where best to park and also where to get lunch. I mean, you know, I go up and down the hill. I need the exercise. But I also see from the seating chart that at least 3 or 4 of the CTB members have a term expiring at the end of this month. And I don't know what the schedule is for replacing commissioners. I also see that we now have 3 urban at large members. Some of you will remember that several years ago, when Shannon Valentine was running the show, I suggested that we have 2 suburban members. So as to Northern Virginia, we have Arlington County with maybe 230,000, Alexandria with 170,000, 20,000 in Falls Church, and maybe another 100,000 inside the Beltway. 2 million people live outside the Beltway, and that's where most of the growth is occurring. We are not adequately represented on this board, and I would hope that this governor and the General Assembly will take this matter up for next year. As to the specifics of what we saw today, this morning at the Rail and Transit Subcommittee, Jennifer DeBrule said, among other things, that that if people don't provide, if transit agencies don't provide the ridership data, they shouldn't get the state funds. Well, amen to that. I have been trying to get the information from NBTC, which, unless it's been posted in the last 5 days, I haven't checked in the last 5 days, but for the last year, apparently there was some kind of computer hack problem at DRPT. But ridership obviously has been down for most of the transit agencies, and whereas, yes, there is some improvement as far as VRE and WMATA, until the federal government orders its workers back to work, we're not going to see much improvement beyond whatever it is now, 40%. And so one of the other issues, earlier in the year, Mr. Secretary, you promised that some of the meetings would be held away from Richmond, and I sure hope that if not next month, September, we'll be in Northern Virginia. By September, we'll have a new WMATA general manager. And I also think that the input of NVTA and NVTC, so I really do hope that you can make a date in Northern Virginia, because I'm not clear, some of the budget matters presented today were pretty complex, and so we need time to, I don't know to what extent NVTA has been made whole from the, whatever the number was, 100 million that was taken from them in 2018. Tracy's here, so she probably knows more about than I do. But I go to these meetings. I've been to well over 100 WMATA board meetings, 180 MWA meetings, and been going to NVTC since 2011 and NVTA since 2014. And so I kind of look at the situation we have, and so when I get a project like was announced here this afternoon about the, what I call the demolition of Route 1 in Crystal City, that sure is a lack of public outreach to make such an important, I think the number I heard was 500 or 600 million, which obviously there are other projects planned as part of the Amazon HQ2 and the Virginia Tech campus. I don't know, I tried with Jennifer Mitchell and others to get one of the major challenges for the whole Amazon HQ2 Crystal City area is the housing costs are going to go through the roof, and unless you improve the transit access to the western parts of Fairfax, Loudoun, and Prince William counties, this could be done with linking the Orange and Silver Line from the courthouse station to the Arlington National Cemetery station on the Blue Line. Back in 2014, Richard Siles, who was then the general manager, told me that that could be done for under $2 billion. And of course, it would also help bring passengers to Reagan Airport and the Pentagon, and vice versa, bring the Alexandria and Springfield passengers out towards Tysons and Dulles Airport. So I've asked for this several times, and I've never heard boo. In fact, honestly, I haven't heard anything from anybody since the Youngkin administration took over 6 months ago. And so I'm a little frustrated. I will check my mood, but I can promise you, we're seeing the projects that are being pushed forward, some at NVTA, there's big difference in the potential passenger demand, for instance, between the VRE station at Crystal City, which I saw a very good presentation at NVTA a couple of weeks ago, which obviously would provide linkages to Reagan Airport. But by contrast, the Arlington County is applying to NVTA for $80 million for a station in Boston, where the ridership has gone from 10 to 12,000 people a day to somewhere like 4,000 people a day, and they're proposing throwing a ton of money at it. And I've pretty well asked Monica that there needs to be, with these transit projects, absolutely factual information to show the evidence of projected demand. And I hope you come and see us soon in Northern Virginia. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think that exhausts our list of speakers. So we'll now move to the approval of minutes. The minutes were sent out with your package. Are there any corrections or questions or changes? Hearing none, do I have a motion to approve? Mr. Rucker moves and Dr. Smoot seconds. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you. Right-of-way and utilities, Lori Snyder. Salem District. Go yet.
Good afternoon. I have one item for your consideration this afternoon, and it's a limited access control change. A developer has requested a break in the limited access along Route 419 to construct a right-in only commercial entrance to serve as direct access to a planned self-storage facility. This is located at the intersection of Route 419 and Route 11460 East Main Street within the city of Salem. This proposed development will reduce the total number of access points to the site from 6 to 3 with no median breaks and no deceleration lanes required. VDOT has reviewed this request and we recommend your approval.
Any questions?
Secretary, I'm pleased to recommend that we approve this. It has been endorsed by local government. It will enhance both safety and traffic flow in this location. Everyone seems to be in favor of it.
Second.
Signed second, so we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions?
Thank you.
Bobby, hold on a second. So, in his own inimitable way, former senator from Newport News always leaves his mark in any body in which he serves. And he has to leave now because he has to pick up his son because he's being a good dad. And so, since, sir, this is unfortunately for the rest of us, your last meeting, I'm not letting you get out of here that easy. Okay? So,
Mr. Secretary, I have a motion, a resolution actually from the Commonwealth Transportation Board dated today, June 22nd, 2022. Whereas Marty Williams served as a member of the Commonwealth Transportation Board as an at-large urban member from 2014 to 2022, having been appointed for a full 4-year term by Governor Terry McAuliffe and subsequently reappointed by Governor Ralph Northam. And whereas Mr. Williams brought to his tenure on the board an extensive record of leadership in the Commonwealth at state and local government levels and in private sector, serving as city council member of City of Newport News, where he was twice selected vice mayor by his peers, as a Virginia state senator representing the Virginia Peninsula in a business development position at Malcolm Pierney Arcadis, and as the founder of the River City Strategies, LLC. And whereas Mr. Williams diligently and tirelessly has played a significant role in transportation for the Commonwealth, serving as a member of the Commonwealth Transportation Board, and in his representation as an urban at-large member, and also while a Virginia State Senator as chairman of the Senate Transportation Committee. And whereas in fulfilling his duties as a member of the board, his leadership, commitment, and insight earned Mr. Williams the admiration and respect of his colleagues and the staff of the Virginia Department of Transportation and the Department of Rail and Public Transportation. And whereas the Commonwealth Transportation Board wishes to express its appreciation to Mr. Williams for his years of service to this board and to the Commonwealth, now therefore be it resolved by the Commonwealth Transportation Board that the members of this board hereby extend to Marty Williams their highest commendation and gratitude for his years of outstanding service on behalf of the citizens of the Commonwealth and to convey their best wishes to him in all his future endeavors.
Mr. Secretary, I will second the motion. He's been an outstanding member of the Commonwealth Transportation Board. He replaced another outstanding member of the Commonwealth Transportation Board in the past. Thank you.
There we go. Just never know what's going to happen.
No remarks, other than what I'll give is, I've had a unique relationship with all the other board members. Their commitment to the board and to their same as mine. They will place to do their best. I agree with them most of the time, and sometimes I disagree with them, and I'm usually voting cabinet secretaries, 2 different commissioners. It's been honored to do it all. And everybody, all the people that I just mentioned have made a mark on me, and I was impressed by their leadership. How different it was didn't matter. It was pure leadership. It was well-intentioned and very effective. But I'd most like to say, and I would hate to leave here without saying it today, God's staff is just amazing. People don't give government employees enough credit. They feel like they criticize them most of the time. Like, you're only there because you can't make it any outside. That is so far from the truth. We have such amazing talent in VDOT, and the people that work with us closely that I see out there every month, but also the folks out there in the streets, getting it done every day. It's an amazing collection of talent. We are so fortunate to have them, from the commissioner all the way down the line. And appreciation for them has done nothing but the last 8 years.
Thank you, sir. We've got a motion, and we've got a second. All
I wasn't
opposed?
speaking to the motion, by the way.
You were part of the discussion. Recuse himself. All in favor, say aye. Aye. I'm gonna make the chair's privilege that the vote was split 50-50, because the only way I get to vote is if there's a tie. So I'm voting in the affirmative, and I'm piling on. So I can be part of the unanimous vote. But obviously, Marty, we go way back, way before this. And we'll miss you. So just hang around. We've got a special presentation that the Director DeGrule would like to help me make.
Yeah, I know, she's trouble.
Yeah.
This is a special railroad spike so that you can remember fondly all the comments and all the suggestions that you find about the rail access program. And we want you to put it in a place that you will see it often and think about us. That we spiked you in the last meeting.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
On purpose.
Thank you so much.
Allison is another retiring member. I hope they do something nice for you, but I won't be here. But I love you.
We're gonna miss you. Thank
You're
you.
one of my favorites. I gotta go get Henry.
Oh, Henry.
No, come back.
Thanks,
All
Marty.
right, take care.
Yeah, sir. Thank you for letting me slide that in to that's part of the agenda. Robbie Prezioso.
It's a sad day.
Robbie, we've got some commemorative namings.
Sir. We've got 6 items for you to consider today under the naming heading here. The first one is the John H. Cubine Memorial Bridge in Bristol District. This is a bridge on Shawnee Avenue West over the South Fork of the Powell River in the town of Big Stone Gap. The town council passed a resolution for this at the end of last year in November. Mr. Cubine was a lifetime resident of Wise County, and he was a key figure in the business community. He attended Appalachia High School. He worked for 22 years with the Interstate and Norfolk Southern Railroad. He created what's known as the Jesse Lee RV Park and Campground in 2005, which is within Big Stone Gap. And that particular corporation was named Business of the Year by the Gap Corporation in 2006. He's also well known to be a wood carver. And he's the founding member of the Mountain Traditions Wood Carvers. And if you haven't had a chance to see them, it's quite the tourist attraction there in Big Stone Gap. And it has actually generated quite a bit of economic benefit there for the town. Mr. Cubine did pass away in September of 2021. VDOT has reviewed this recommends it for your award, and we're not aware of any opposition.
Secretary, I move approval.
Second.
Folds moves, Mr. Johnson seconds. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please rise. Thank you very much. Next, Route 706 Fairmont Ground.
Second item we have.
Ground Road, excuse me.
So the second item we have today is the Lonnie Evans Memorial Bridge, also in Bristol District. This is Route 706 over the North Fork of the Powell River in the town of Pennington Gap. The town passed a resolution in March of this year asking for this in honor of his life and contributions and his sacrifice. Mr. Evans was born in Pennington Gap in 1946 and enlisted in the Navy at the age of 19. He eventually held the rank of Petty Officer 3rd Class and was a gunner's mate 3rd Class in the Navy. Just after Thanksgiving in 1967, he was killed in action when an explosive hit the hull of the boat he was on in South Vietnam. He was 21 years old. He is also honored on the Vietnam Memorial Wall in Washington, D.C. And the people of Lee County and Pennington Gap loved and wished him and wish to honor him with this naming. VDOT recommends that this be approved.
Folks.
Secretary, move approval.
Second. Mr. Folks moves and Mr. Rucker seconds. All in favor, please signify by standing. Thank you very much. Next is U.S. Route 340 and 522.
So this is the request for your consideration of the George Daniel Morgan's Veterans Memorial Bridge in the Stanton District. This is the bridge on the overlapping routes of 340 and 522, known as Winchester Road. This is over the North Fork of the Shenandoah River in Warren County. The county enacted a resolution in May of this year to honor the life and service of General Daniel Morgan. During America's fight for independence, General George Washington asked General Morgan to fortify the Massanutten Mountain. And General Morgan's war tactics ensured that there was a major victory there in the Battle of Cowpens. His bravery in the face of enemies, his leadership brought great loyalty to his troops, and his tactics are still taught today in war colleges for our fighting troops. We're not aware of any opposition and recommend your approval.
Mr. Merrill?
Yes, I'd like to recommend that this renaming take place. This is also a bridge that was recently replaced by VDOT, and it's an absolutely gorgeous view of the North Fork of Shenandoah River.
Second.
Mr. Merrill moves and Mr. Johnson seconds. Please signify your approval by standing. Thank you.
Fourth item for your consideration today is in the same general area. This is for the Major General Dr. Joseph Warren Veterans Memorial Bridge in Stanton District. This is a commemorative renaming of a bridge also on the overlapping section of Route 340 and 522. This is the North Shenandoah Avenue over the South Fork of the Shenandoah River there in Warren County. Warren County enacted a resolution in May of this year to honor the life and service of Major General Dr. Joseph Warren. Dr. Warren was the founding father of the United States. He was martyred at the Battle of Bunker Hill in June of 1775. The county recognizes Dr. Warren annually by the lowering of flags on his birthday on June 11th, which was just a few days back. VDOT is not aware of any opposition to this action and recommends it be approved.
Merrill.
Yes, I'd like to move approval. I would just make one comment. This bridge had been named by the CTB in 2017 as the Veterans Memorial Bridge. And so when I asked our engineer, had there been any precedent for renaming of actions that already occurred by the CTB, I learned that that was an acceptable move. So I would recommend that this be so named.
Second.
We have a motion from Mr. Merrill and a second by Ms. Hines. Please signify your approval by standing. Thank you very much. All right, item 6.
This is the fifth item, item 6. This is the fifth naming we're looking at today. This is a little bit of a housekeeping item. This is the renaming of a portion of Route 7 to Leesburg Pike, and to also commemoratively name that section of road in the town of Percival as the Billy Pierce Memorial Pike. So there are two actions that are being considered under this resolution. State Route 7 within the town of Percival was previously named earlier this year to be the Billy Pierce Memorial Pike. The county approached the town with some concerns, and the town has reconsidered and wants to have the road officially be named the Leesburg Pike, and then do a commemorative naming of it as the Billy Pierce Memorial Pike. So the official name would become Leesburg Pike, and then there would be a brown sign posted there that represented for Mr. Pierce. At this time, we're not aware of any opposition to this and recommend your approval.
Hines?
Move approval.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second by Mr. Johnson. All in favor, please rise. Thank you. U.S. Route 220, Virginia Avenue.
Consideration today is for the Sergeant J. Michael Philippi Memorial Bridge. This is in Salem District. This is Route 220, Virginia Avenue over State Route 57. They would like to name this bridge the Sergeant J. Michael Philippi Memorial Bridge. The county enacted a resolution in February of this year to honor Virginia State Police Sergeant J. Michael Philippi, who was killed in the line of duty in January 2014. In alignment with the code, we also have a recommendation from the Superintendent of State Police in support of this as well. So we have both the county and the state police requesting that we make this naming. VDOT is not aware of any opposition and recommends its approval.
Dr. Smoot.
Secretary, I'm pleased to move the approval of this resolution and naming.
Thank you. So Dr. Smoot moves, and Mr. Rucker seconds. Is there any discussion? All in favor, please rise. Thank you very much. Next item is item number 8. It's the approval of our CTF, DRPT, and VDOT budgets. Ms. Farmer.
Good afternoon, Mr. Secretary, members of the board. On behalf of myself and Tanya with DRPT, I bring before you a resolution for consideration. In your packet was revised this afternoon with an additional whereas clause that says, whereas the CTB has been presented with recommended changes to the funds distributed to and by the Commonwealth Mass Transit Fund in fiscal year 2023 for consideration. And then a be it further resolved clause after the approval of the budget, noting that resolved by the CTB that the recommended changes to the funds distributed to and by the Commonwealth Mass Transit Fund in fiscal year 2023 shall be considered for inclusion and revision of the 2023 budgets for the Commonwealth Transportation Fund, for DRPT, and for VDOT in July 2022.
So the effect of that is to do exactly what we talked about doing, which is giving us some time before we allocate the $72 million or so to have a discussion with those who would be affected by it and would want to know about it, and then come back here and make our decision in July. And the recommendation will be the same from us as it was in July, as it was in June. But this will give us an opportunity to socialize it and talk about it, and understand a little better.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Rucker moves, Ms. Hines seconds. Is there any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Local Assistance Division, Russell Dudley, Arlington and Henrico maintenance payment.
Mr. Secretary, members of the board, today I have 3 items for your consideration. All 3 were presented last month during the workshop. The first is the request for action on street maintenance payments in Arlington and Henrico counties for FY23. As you know, the code requires that the board approve the street maintenance payments for the counties of Arlington and Henrico. Those are the only 2 counties that maintain their own local road systems. After adjustments for the budget increase and the change in lane miles for each locality, the FY23 lane mileage rates are $20,499.97 for Arlington County and $14,916.88 for Henrico County. Also included in the street maintenance payments is the distribution of the overweight permit fees that are shared with all localities operating and maintaining their own local road systems. These numbers are noted in your resolution, and we request approval of this year's recommended payment rates.
Motion?
Mr. Secretary, I move approval.
Second.
Science moves and Mr. Rucker seconds. Is there any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you, Robbie. Warren County.
This item 10 is a request for action on the street inventory and maintenance payments to the urban localities for FY23. As you know, the code requires that the board approve an annual rate for the operations and maintenance of eligible streets for cities and towns with population over 3,500. After adjustments for the budget increase and the change in moving lane miles for all our urban localities, the FY23 moving lane rates are will be $24,012.06 for arterial roads and $14,098.26 for locals and collectors. Also included in our street maintenance payments is the distribution of overweight permit fees. As I noted before, this year those for all localities are $8.33 per lane mile. Our payments also include $1 million taken off the top for the city of Chesapeake to assist in their operation and maintenance of their 3 movable bridges. Finally, the CTB also makes payments to 4 localities where the Virginia Port Authority owns tax-exempt real estate. $1 million is distributed based on cargo throughput to 4 localities: Norfolk, Portsmouth, Newport News, and Warren County. These payments are identified in the board's resolution, and we request your approval.
Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Merrill moves and Mr. Johnson seconds. Is there any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Item 11.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Item 11 is a request for economic development access road allocations to the city of Suffolk for road access in the Virginia Port Logistics Park. As noted in last month's workshop presentation, Suffolk has requested $710,500 in economic development road access funds to support the construction of an access road for a new 1.5 million square foot import center. The total cost of the project is expected to be $721,500, so the CTB allocation will be distributed as $700,000 unmatched and $10,500 matched. The import center is expected to employ 100 new jobs in the area. The city has already provided capital investment documentation of $124 million, so no surety from the city will be required. The project scored 90 out of 100 possible points during our evaluation, and we request approval of the allocation as identified on the board resolution.
Secretary, I move approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Mr. Stant and a second by Mr. Coleman. Is there any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? All right. Kim Pryor's back.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Normal monthly transfers.
sir. I have two items for your consideration today. The first is my normal monthly transfers provided to you in your packet, and I recommend your approval.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Rucker moves, Mr. Merrill seconds. Is there any discussion? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. Any abstentions? Ma'am, next.
Second item is approval of the fiscal year 2023 to 2028 six-year improvement program. I provided information earlier today to you on that program, and I recommend your approval.
So moved.
I think we're ready to go. Dr. Smoot moves. And Ms. DeTunk seconds. Is there any discussion? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Mr. Todd, we should have moved this one up. I think we just all need to fib and say that Mr. Williams moved this. Right? Maybe we should do that.
If we keep going, we might be able to see those variable speed limit signs going.
Whoa! Whoa!
Todd, would you like to take a break before your presentation? Mr. Merrill seems like he needs to get control of it. Please proceed.
So I have for you the Stanton River Plastics application for rail industrial access. It's a request of $450,000. Saw the presentation last month at the workshop. And in our scoring criteria, the application scores 64 points, and we recommend for approval.
Ms. Dodson.
Mr. Secretary, yes, it's for the Lynchburg district was misidentified for the Stanton district. So I would voice approval for the project. It's a great project we talked about at our last meeting.
Second. We're going to take a short break to sort that out with Mr. Merrill because he's traipsing over on your territory.
No problem.
Second.
All right, Mr. Dodson moves and Dr. Smoot seconds. All in favor say, is there any further discussion? In favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Any abstentions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Margie Ray, safety performance targets with our caveat.
Good afternoon, Mr. Secretary, members of the board. So I'm here to talk about the action for approval of the annual safety targets for calendar year 2023. This is based on a workshop that I provided to you last month. Within that resolution, we have certainly included the targets that are data-driven based on the model projections and adjustments for programmed projects. And we certainly recommend your approval of those. They are important to a schedule that we have for submitting reports to NHTSA and to FHWA. At the time, though, when I presented last month, concerns were expressed given the increases that we're observing in fatalities. And within the resolution, we've added a clause to establish what we're terming aspirational safety performance goals, and those reflect reductions in all performance areas, and they're based off of the strategic highway safety plans and the goals that are in that, and that's a 2% reduction per year that is seeking to cut fatalities and serious injuries in half by 2045. The actual numbers are based off of the actual data from 2021, applying a 2% reduction per year through 2023, and that's what's included in the resolution. Additionally, we've included a clause in there for OIPI to work with VDOT and DMV and report back to you all no later than October of this year, really looking again at some of our strategies and actions that we might be able to take to help reverse the trends that we're observing currently. With that, we recommend your approval so that we can achieve our schedules and move forward.
Motion to approve?
So moved.
Mr. Rucker moves.
Second.
Mr. Tunk seconds. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you, Ms. Ray.
Mr. Secretary, I just wanted to recognize that we had DMV present today, so that we have David Mitchell, who's the Deputy Commissioner at DMV, and John Saunders, who's the Director of the Highway Safety Program, here to support us today, and they appreciate your action on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Where are our DMV folks? Stand on up, you're hiding in the back. So, you know, we're doing a lot of work at DMV, and these are two of our great leaders over there helping us every day, and so we appreciate everything you all are doing. Thank you so much. Keep it up. The next item on the agenda is item 16, Laura Farmer.
Good afternoon again. I have two what I believe are quick action items. The first authorizes the defeasance or all or portion of the outstanding Northern Virginia Transportation District Program bonds and sets forth the details and provisions of their redemption and gives the chairman all the rights and privileges for us to execute those transactions in the future.
Mr. Secretary, I move approval.
Second.
Ms. Hines moves and Mr. Rucker seconds. Is there any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you.
Thank you. The next item authorizes the issuance and sale of revenue refunding bonds. We commonly refer to this as a shelf resolution that allows us the permissive authority to move forward with any refunding opportunities that present themselves over the next 2-year period. And it also lays out all the associated requirements of that issuance.
Is there a motion?
Second.
Mr. Tunk moves, Ms. Hines seconds. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you, Ms. Farmer.
Thank you.
Ms. Thomas. Action on approval of the final report pursuant to item 447.10.
Sir, good afternoon, Mr. Secretary and members of the board. I have one item for your consideration, as just referenced by the Secretary, and I'm recommending your approval of the final report on the transportation initiatives.
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Hines moves and Mr. Rucker seconds. Is there any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much. Mr. Henyon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Secretary, members of the board. I have 2 project awards for your consideration today. The first one is Order H02 in Salem District. It's a state of good repair project. It's a bridge replacement over Reed Creek in Henry County. We had 5 bids. The low bid was approximately $5.5 million. It was within range of our evaluative estimate, and the contractor's Crossroad Bridge out of Rural Retreat, Virginia. We recommend award.
Is there a motion?
The Secretary, I reviewed this with the district staff and move approval.
Second.
Dr. Smoot moves and Mr. Johnson seconds. Is there any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions?
Okay, our second project today is Order H14 in Stanton District. This is a bridge overlay project, a district-wide project, various counties. We had 2 bids. Our low bid was $5.6 million, and it was underneath our evaluative estimate. The contractor's Lanford Brothers out of Roanoke, and we recommend for award.
Do you have a motion?
Moved.
Mr. Merrill moves.
Second.
Signed seconds. If there's any further discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much. Well, we got a little bit more new business. Those things in the back. You know, when I sold my business in 2017, I gathered employees together in our various locations and had, you know, speaker calls and so forth and so on. And I was a little bit flippant, and I tagged on a former colleague of mine and what he did when he sold his business. And he told all his people when he called them together that he had mixed emotions, joy and happiness. So, the truth is, it was not joy and happiness, it was joy and sadness, right? And so, here we are today, sort of in the same boat. Joy, excuse we've all gotten to play and work with these folks. Sadness because it's sad. So I'm going to start, if I might, with Mr. Rucker, my colleague in crime, my seatmate, and Ms. Hines has a motion
Thank you.
you would like to read.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. So on behalf of the Commonwealth Transportation Board, I put forward this resolution. Whereas Cedric Bernard Rucker served as a member of the Commonwealth Transportation Board representing the Fredericksburg District from 2019 to 2022, having been appointed by Governor Ralph Northam to serve an unexpired term. And whereas Mr. Rucker brought to his tenure on the board a dedicated record of leadership and public service in academia, after having graduated from Mary Washington College as the first African-American male student to live on campus while completing all 4 years of his education there and receiving a degree. And whereas, after attending graduate school and working in the admissions department at the University of Virginia, Mr. Rucker returned to Mary Washington College, where he first served as the Associate Dean of Student Activities for 10 years, and then as the Associate Vice President for Student Affairs and Dean of Student Life for 23 years, all the while serving on as many as 50 ad hoc and ongoing committees. And whereas, among his many recognitions, in 2016, Mr. Rucker was named a living legacy by the Richmond Public Schools, and in 2022, the University of Mary Washington Board of Visitors renamed the Campus University Center as the Cedric Rucker University Center in recognition of his significant contributions to student life at the university. And whereas Mr. Rucker has also served the Commonwealth by virtue of his appointments to the Virginia Board of Medicine and the House Ethics Advisory Panel, and has served his community, dedicating countless hours to various charitable causes, committees, and organizations. And whereas Mr. Rucker will soon be retiring from the University of Mary Washington, and rather than choosing to lead a life of leisure, he will instead be joining the Peace Corps, continuing his life of public service and making his contribution to society on a global level. And whereas, during his tenure on the Commonwealth Transportation Board, Mr. Rucker diligently and tirelessly served as a member, both in his representation of the Fredericksburg District and also in other significant roles, namely as a member of the Innovation Subcommittee. And whereas, in fulfilling his duties as a member of this board, his leadership, commitment, and insight have earned Mr. Rucker the admiration and respect of his colleagues and the staff at the Virginia Department of Transportation and the Department of Rail and Public Transportation. And whereas the Commonwealth Transportation Board wishes to express its appreciation to Mr. Rucker for his years of service to this board and to the Commonwealth, now therefore be it resolved by the Commonwealth Transportation Board that the members of this board hereby extend to Cedric Bernard Rucker their highest commendation and gratitude for his years of outstanding service on behalf of the citizens of the Commonwealth, and convey their best wishes to him in all his future endeavors, wherever on this earth they may take him.
Mr. Merrill, do I have a second?
Yes, it's my honor and privilege to second that motion, unless my failure to do so would allow us to enjoy the company of this esteemed colleague for 4 more years.
Well, he's decided to head east, and we will miss him. So, all in favor, let's stand.
Aye. Oops.
I need to dress up the dress code a little bit around here. We're gonna need a consultant. Thank you, my mentor. See, my friend. A building named after him. Y'all should have seen, you know, I had it, I didn't bring it, but there's a front page story on the Richmond Times-Dispatch. Front page, like, massive story. I was like, oh my God, look at that. he said in it how great it was serving on the CTB, and it was
Yeah,
his
I
life
did.
achievement. Because all his friends in college. Sir.
I honestly, honestly and most sincerely, I really appreciate the opportunity to have served the citizens via this board. I grew up here in Richmond. I would pass this building. I was born right across the street in the hospital. And I tell people during a time of segregation, I never thought that this was a possibility. And so I thank everyone, VDOT, the commissioners, the secretaries, the members of this board for embracing me, helping me to do my best, give my best efforts in the service to the citizens of this wonderful Commonwealth. I thank you for this opportunity. I thank you for your friendship and your ongoing support and your diligence with reference to your dedication to all the projects, all the endeavors that would make the lives of the citizens of this great state better. Thank you very much.
And now, Mr. Stant.
Sir, I'm pleased and sad to read this resolution of the Board of the Commonwealth Transportation. Whereas Stephen A. Johnson served as a member of the Commonwealth Transportation Board as an at-large member representing rural Virginia from 2017 to 2022, having been appointed to fill an unexpired term by Governor Terry McAuliffe in 2017, and subsequently reappointed by Governor Ralph Northam in 2018. Whereas prior to his appointment to the board, Mr. Johnson compiled a record of dedicated and longstanding commitment to the environment through his work with Virginia Institute of Marine Science, a leader in coastal and estuarine science and education for Virginia and the world. And whereas during his tenure with VIMS, he oversaw the 2016 merger of the original VIMS Foundation Board and the VIMS Council to form a new VIMS Foundation Board, an effort for which he was awarded the Freeman Volunteer of the Year Award by VIMS, served as a new board's first president for 3 years, during which time the VIMS campaign grew by more than $10 million, and further worked with the VIMS Eastern Shore Lab, where he led an initiative to establish a fund for Eastern Shore students to pursue internships at the lab and gain exposure to marine science. And whereas Mr. Johnson's dedication to public service in the Commonwealth has been further demonstrated by his history of service in other key positions, including his service on the advisory board and foundation board of the directors of the Eastern Shore Community College, spearheading a fundraising campaign for the Montessori Children's House of Franktown, and serving on the board of the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel Commission. Whereas in 2017, in recognition of their commitment to the betterment of the Eastern Shore community, including these roles and their pivotal role in securing for VIMS a sculpture by Eastern Shore artist David Turner, as well as bringing the research vessel integration into the VIMS fleet, Mr. Johnson and his wife Barbara Johnson, Doctor of Education, were named Citizens of the Year by the Eastern Shore of Virginia Chamber of Commerce. And whereas in 2018, in recognition of his distinguished records of service, support, advocacy, and commitment on behalf of William & Mary and its schools, departments, units, organizations, and boards, the William & Mary Alumni Association granted Mr. Johnson an honorary alumnus award. And where Mr. Johnson also brought to his service on the board a significant record of achievement and leadership in the private sector, having served as president and CEO of the Flagship Group Limited and executive vice president of the commercial marine insurer Brown & Brown Insurance. And whereas during his tenure on the Commonwealth Transportation Board, Mr. Johnson diligently and tirelessly served as a member, both in his representation of rural Virginia as an at-large member, and also in other significant role, namely as co-chair of the board's environmental task force, later remained the Environmental Subcommittee, and as a member of the board's Rail and Transit Subcommittee. Whereas, in fulfilling his duties with this board, his leadership, dedication, commitment, and insight have earned Mr. Johnson the admiration and respect of his colleagues and the staff of the Virginia Department of Transportation and the Department of Rail and Public Transportation. Whereas the Commonwealth Transportation Board wishes to express its appreciation to Mr. Johnson for his years of service to this board and to the Commonwealth. Now therefore be it resolved by the Commonwealth Transportation Board that the members of this board hereby extend to Stephen A. Johnson their highest commendation and gratitude for his years of outstanding service on behalf of the citizens of the Commonwealth, and convey their best wishes to him in all his future undertakings.
Mr. Coleman?
Honor to second that motion of that resolution.
All those in favor, please join me.
I'll keep my comments very brief. It's been a sincere pleasure to work with everybody sitting around this table and board members who've rolled off during my tenure the last 4.5 years. It's been great work working with professionals who understand what's going on in our wonderful Commonwealth and how material we are as a group in terms of where about where we go and what we do within the Commonwealth. And recognizing the extensive staff of VDOT and the effort that they take and what goes on a daily basis throughout the state, whether it be in the January storm or whether it be a bright sunny day, they're always out there doing the best they can with the situation that they have. As I said, it's been my pleasure to work with each and every one of you, and hope to be able to see you again. Mr. Secretary, thank you for all your time and efforts.
Sir. Thank you. Now, the exalted secretary and mother of the matriarch of the board, conscious of us all, is not Carol. She's backing up. Dr. Smoot, I call on you, sir.
Mr. Secretary, I am honored to offer to the board a resolution commending the long and exceptional work of Allison DeTunk. Whereas Allison DeTunk served as a member of the Commonwealth Transportation Board representing the Culpeper District from 2013 to 2022, having been appointed by Governor Robert McDonald in 2013 to fill an unexpired term, subsequently reappointed for a full 4-year term by Governor Terry McAuliffe in 2014 and by Governor Ralph Northam for another 4-year term in 2018. Whereas Ms. DeTunk brought to her tenure on the board a dedicated record of leadership in the private sector, serving or having served as president, CEO of the University of Virginia Community Credit Union, and for her service there was awarded the James P. Kirsch Lifetime Achievement Award, the Virginia Credit Union's highest honor. As president and a member of the Board of Managers, member of Options LLC, and as chairman of the board of ISO Financial Corporate Credit Union. Whereas Mr. Tunk has made significant contributions to the public sector and her community, serving or having served as a member of the Board of Directors, Executive Committee, and Program Review and Funding Committee of the United Way Thomas Jefferson area, as well as chair of the annual campaign, as chair of the Finance Committee for the Albemarle Housing Improvement Program, as a member of the Piedmont Virginia Community College Foundation Board, as a member of the Board of Directors, and chairman of the Membership Committee for the Charlottesville Regional Chamber of Commerce, And whereas Mr. Tunk diligently and tirelessly has played a significant role in transportation for the Commonwealth, serving as a member of the Commonwealth Transportation Board, both in her representation of the Culpeper District and also in other significant roles, namely as Secretary to the Board, as a member of the Innovation Committee, and during her tenure as Vice Chair, often presiding over members of the Board. Whereas in fulfilling her duties as a member of this Board, her leadership, commitment, and insight have earned Mr. Tunk the admiration and respect of her colleagues and the staff of the Virginia Department of Transportation and the Department of Rail and Public Transportation. And whereas the Commonwealth Transportation Board wishes to express its appreciation to Mr. Tunk for her services to this board and to the Commonwealth. Now therefore be it resolved by the Commonwealth Transportation Board that the members of this board hereby extend to Allison DeTunk the highest commendation and gratitude for her years of outstanding service on behalf of the citizens of the Commonwealth, and convey their best wishes to her in all her future endeavors.
Please join me. Mr. Yates has got something to say.
It's a privilege for me to second this resolution. Allison has been a mentor to me and a very good friend, and I really hate to see her go off the board. The accomplishments listed were not everything she's done. She's done many more things, and I will have to say that she's served with me as a trustee for the Shenandoah National Park, and that's how I got to know her really well. She's an avid hiker, fearless hiker, I would say. And I have to say that not only you, but everyone that's going off, we have a tremendous brain drain, and I'm really sad to see these folks go. So thank you. Thank you for your service.
You know, I asked you to say something. I have a question. The question is, the next time we come up to Wallops Island, do you think you might be like, invite us over for a small sampling? I mean, you know, you know, it's the Emeritide thing. And like, we want to stay up and stay close. So that would be a good way, one small way to do that. Just a thought I had.
I welcome you. I'll be there. Marty, hoping instead of getting a railroad spike, that I was getting a train station instead.
We'll work on the policy.
I can come back for that. I just want you to know that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for everything. You know, last night I had an opportunity to share my thoughts with you, and you know that I need to really elaborate anymore on what I shared last night, other than once again, it's just been an incredible honor and privilege.
One of the things that I asked, I mean, this is the last time that, you know, hopefully life will bring us together at some point moving forward. But I'd like to have a group photo. If we could all come around to the side, and if someone could take it, I would greatly appreciate it. Because I'd like to remember you all.
No, I love it.
Yeah, let's do it.
Oh,
We're going to in the middle. In the middle. In the middle. In the middle.
I'm going to get in the back.
Yeah, right. Somebody's head, you know. And San Diego?
Okay.
Okay. We have